Hey everybody, this is Stacy with SF Johnson Consulting and Construction Services. And if you are an electrician, I think you'll find this information invaluable. We're making it better and better every year, and now we have a couple of new versions of this. So, the hardest thing to do is to determine your man hours. That is the hardest thing to do if you don't have a straightforward way to do it. And if you have been listening to my classes and some of my YouTube stuff, there is a more precise way to do it so you're not cheated out of your labor. And so this year, 2025, I've introduced two different ways. We have man-hour calculators that are Excel spreadsheets that you put in your amount of whatever it is. And now what we're going to show is just some rigid conduit and how it's made up, and CLF is per 100 linear feet. You put that in, and then it tells you how many man hours it should take you based on construction industry standard to put that in whatever applies. So we have that for the different types of different conduit. We also have it for the wire, of course, and panel switches, whatever, or which, I find to be better, and we've kind of been asked a lot of different ways, is to give you guys a estimate based on, the takeoff that you give us, and that way you're able to determine how many man hours that way. So if that is something you're interested in as well, the Excel spreadsheets are for your project. They're priced differently. Just email me at education@sfjohnsonconsulting.com. And really, we just put it together based on your takeoff. So if you send us the takeoff, and we schedule some time with you to show you how it's calculated, how we put it together, how we recommend you put it together. And I think you'll find in 2025 your income will increase, because what are you doing? You're getting properly paid for your services. Like I tell everybody, if you're winning all the time, you're probably too low. If you're losing all the time, you're too high. So there is a way, based on construction industry standard, that you determine what your labor is worth. So reach out to me, education@sfjohnsonconsulting.com, and let's get it right for you in 2025. See you soon. Hey everyone, this is Stacy with SF Johnson Consulting and Construction Services. And in this series of videos and presentations, we're going to call out a lot of attention to division number 5, which is the metals division. And there's a lot about that I feel we need to discuss and talk about. That if you are in construction and you have any type of metals, right? You perform scopes of work on any type of metals. This is where you're going to find your information in the specifications. And so for this presentation, it's 7 weeks, and it's very detailed. And what we're going to do, I've broken everything down in modules. And the beginning module today, we're just going to go over some basics and what the class is all about. And this is free to all of my YouTube subscribers. So please, if this is something you're interested in and this is your scope of work, I help my clients become more technical, which becomes, I guess, that helps them become more detailed in what they're doing. And so if that's something you want to do, you're out there and you do this kind of work that's only going to help you exceed in your current job that you may have. But again, if you are a self-performer, you own your own business, stuff like this is invaluable for you, because you want to be able to be competitive. And knowing what you're doing and knowing every aspect of what you're doing is going to help you do that. So make sure you like, join, subscribe, take a class, You can email me any question at any time at education@sfjohnsonconsulting.com. That way, just let me know what you need, and I will make a presentation here, and as well as make a special class just for you. And that's definitely what I do. Most of my classes are one on one. And so I just hash it out with you directly, show you what you need to do to be more proficient, understand what you're doing more, get your man hours the way you're supposed to. And my classes are a year long. So you sit with me for a year, and by the end of that, we've done a lot, and you've learned a lot. Okay, so what is the metals division, and why do we look at the specifications? And that's what's important. Okay, so the metals division is Division 5, and the specifications are the written words that go with the construction documents. And so, yeah, you got to go through those first, because it's going to give you all the details, means, methods, and materials, going to give you details about the way you're supposed to do the job, you know, all the details of what they want you to do in terms of the GC and the owner, really, in terms of your scope of work and how they want you to perform it. And all the written words, that's what the specifications are for. And so I would always say, I always tell my students, read through your scope of work in the specification, take notes, excuse me, and then you use that information when you are reviewing the construction documents. And that's the only way to do it. All right. So in this module, or in the series of modules, module number 1 is today the introduction to Division 5 and what that's all about. Okay, Division 2, what I'm going to show you is how we go from the specifications, or Division 2, Module 2, how we go from the specifications to reading the plans and how they relate to each other. So that's going to be week 2 of this presentation. And over time, we'll put them all together, and you'll be able to buy this package and keep it for your own and add it to your library. So that's module number 2. Module number 3, estimating and sourcing materials and your metals. So how, depending on if we're doing structural framing or non-structural framing, the takeoffs are different. Where do we look? So this is a different kind of specifications class where I extend to how you use them based on what's in the specifications. Okay, so we'll go over all of that and how to properly determine your labor. You'll have an opportunity to purchase one or all of my man-hour calculators or a full estimating spreadsheet for that scope, which makes things so much easier for you, and it assists you in determining proper man-hours. If you don't have your man-hours right, you're really shooting yourself in the foot from the very beginning. You don't know how long the job is going to take, and so you're pressured to hurry up in an unreasonable amount of time, or you're taking too long, okay? And you shouldn't. This is all how I feel today. Well, no, if you want to finish a job in 30 days and you have so many people, so many man hours need to be completed every day. And so that's part of this class too, okay? And what's best practices for you to source your material. Now, if you can't get everything from Home Depot. The higher up you go on the scale, the more you're going to need, the less efficient it's going to be for you to get everything from a Home Depot kind of situation. And so what's the best practice for you? And we go over that. So module 4, the different type of structural metals. Depending on what you're dealing with, you may have to price that based on the pound. Okay, and I'll show you how to do that. Non-structural, structural metals. What are the safety? Go into little safety considerations. Okay, all based on the individual divisions. Okay, and innovations, things they're doing now. Just talk a little bit about recycled materials, because that's in the specifications. Prefab, fabricated metals, how we do that, how you need to think about that. Energy efficient. Okay, and now our 7th module, which is our last, we're going to look at a set of plans and relate that to, okay, when we're talking about this scope of work and the specifications, where's that in the actual construction documents, and what detail do I need? How do I need to be able to look at that? Because again, metals is a big thing, and now we're going to go over the individual, the actual master format. Okay, so division number 5, metals. Okay, and so as you know, the specifications are the written documents that go with the construction uh, project. If that part of the specifications are not part of your actual project, then pieces and parts of the master format will be missing, right? This is a master format, and if you would like a copy, just Google it. You'll find a PDF of it. I don't have to send it to you. If you're my student, you have a copy of it. Okay. And if you want me to send it to you, I will, but it's probably easier for you to download it in 5 seconds nowadays. But master format is everything. And so when we're talking about the metals, this is how they break it down. So if this or whatever subsection, they have sections and they have subsections. And again, these are the written words that go with whatever the reference is. It's as if it's a book, right? But what we're not seeing are all the words in between the chapters, all the explanations, because this is just the outline of what is contained in the specifications for the metals. And so you have to think, for a construction project, there's all kind of metals. Okay, so how do they break it down? First, the maintenance of metals. And so if that's a part of your scope of work, that's going to be where they'll give you information about that, right? They're going to tell you all about that and how they want you to do it, how they want you to perform the work. Okay, now in this section, we are going to talk about the details of the metal specification, what is, what's in the full master format, and kind of just have an overview and explain things. And if you have any questions on any of this information, make sure you email me at education@sfjohnsonconsulting.com. So, in the first part, we kind of gave a full introduction of what this 7-part class is going to entail. And so now let's go over the actual master format with reference to the metals, Division 5, and how it's broken down. And so remember, if you have, if any of these items and sub items are part of your project, it will be listed, and it'll give you the information you need. So just note that the way that the master format outlines everything, 3 2-digit numbers. Sometimes the last set of zeros is left off for some reason. I'm not sure. So sometimes you'll see with 3 sets, sometimes you'll see it with 2. But again, this is a standardized way that they list everything in a project in the specifications. And so anywhere you go, you'll see the metals division, and that's any metal that is in the project. And so we'll go over in detail here how they break it down. All right, so Division 5 is metals. So Division 5, 050100, there they talk about the maintenance of the metals. So maintenance of structural metal framing, maintenance of metal joist, maintenance of metal decking, okay, for cold formed metal framing, metal fabrications, decorative metals, and historic treatment of decorative metals. So if any of those are your scope of work, you'll see that number. If you're doing part of the scope is the maintenance of that, if you're doing like a service contract for a historical facility, and this may be part of your scope of work for the contract. And so maintenance of metal fabrications, 050150. Well, in under that, it'll give you all the details or all the specifics, right? So remember, this is just an outline of all of the items that comprise this particular division and subdivision and how they're broken down. Okay, so 050300, conservation of treatment of period metals. And so I'm thinking those are, you know, again, for that are historically, uh, old buildings that they want to preserve and things of that nature. This is how they're showing you that. Okay. Common work results for metals, selective demo for metals. So giving you all the details, schedules. Okay. So if you have, beams, new construction, you have some columns and beams where the schedule will be in 05, 06, whatever. And the schedule is just a list of all the different ones. They'll mark it, they'll give you all the details, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Schedules of metals 050600, 0508, commissioning of metals. Okay. 0510, structural metal framing. Okay. And 13, structural stainless steel. Okay, so all of the different metals of every denomination that has anything to do with metals, wire rope assemblies, structural cabling. If you're doing bridges and those types of things, I've done a takeoff for a structural bridge, and man, that's some crazy stuff to look through the details on how all of those things are uh, created, and then try to give a price to that on something that's it's totally like you got to take it apart piece by piece and give it a price. It's very informative and very creative and very and most of all informative to see how a bridge and the cabling for a bridge is actually constructed. Is just crazy. All right. Rod assemblies, tension rods. Okay, depending on what you got to go so far deep under the ground, or if you're digging at the beach or something like that. There's a lot of stuff for truss, cable truss for bridges as well. The tension rods and structural rods. Very interesting stuff to see if you've ever had a chance to look at a set of plans that are like that. All right, so look, metal joists, metal decking, cold formed metal framing, structural metals, every type of metal that you could think of, okay, is in 05 00000. Okay? Metal floor, metal plates, metal whatever, metal grating, and then metal specialties, metal balconies, decorative metals. Okay, and then six are woods and plastics. Just as detailed as metals, right? Because whatever is wood or plastic is going to be in that division. Okay, and so again, the metals division, its job is to give you, or any of the divisions, okay, in the specifications, its job is to give you all the details about the means, the methods, how the owners, GCs intend for you to perform the work. And you're always going to read the specifications first, and then you're going to do what it says. Now, in the last section for members only, I'm going to have, or any of my member spaces, students or clients or any of my students, I'm going to have a third video or a third section to this video where I will look at an actual set of plans, the actual specifications, and go in between the two to show you how it works in real life. All right. So this is Stacy with SF Johnson Consulting and Construction Services. Any questions at all about this or any other material, please email me at education@sfjohnsonconsulting.com. Make sure you like, join, subscribe so people that are interested just like you will have an opportunity to find me and get awesome information as well. I hope your 2025 is starting out well. I'm trying to change stuff up, make it better, make it more relevant. And please, any suggestions, I always take from you guys. Thank you very much for all of the subscribers. Just a couple more before I can get to 1,000, which would be awesome for 2025. But I thank you very much for everybody in the nice comments. I'm helping a lot of you guys out there, and I just wish I would have started this sooner. So talk to you soon. See you soon, and take it easy. Hey everybody, this is Stacy. I want you to think about a few things. If you are a contractor, there's only one way that the architect can speak to you, and that's through the use of symbols. And so this short video, this is for our framer. So what we're going to do, we get all of our linear feet of, all of the wall that we're going to build. We get that from the floor plan. But in order to be very detailed and to break your estimate down in good detail, you need to look at a couple other things. So let's talk about what the section view marker does. Circle, I call it his hat, his leg, his foot, and in the circle, the architect is saying, if you want more information about where I have this leg going through, and a section view marker is intended to break all walls into sections. A section is a portion of a line. And so, as we know, in construction, all walls are not built the same. And so, what the architect does, they give you symbols and lines and words and all kind of stuff to lead you in the right direction. So, if you're the framer, what you're going to do is use your floor plan to determine how many linear feet of wall B do I have. Well, I did that there, and that came to, let's see, on that section, we have about 32.42 linear feet. But I need to know the height of that wall. And so what the architect is always going to give you is the section view. And this is how I want you to think about a section view marker. You're going to think of his leg as a knife, and you're going to cut this wall from the very top of the building all the way through to the foundation, and you're going to open up that opening. Pretend it's a loaf of bread, and you cut it right down the middle. You open it up, and you step in that gap. And what will you see? Well, you're going to see the vertical measures. You're going to see, as the framer, everything you need in order to determine the height of the wall, determine the height of the wall under a window, the height of the wall above a window. You're able to also do material takeoffs. How many linear feet of single top plate do I have? How many linear feet of 2x6 bottom plate do I have? And all of those things. And so the section view is key. What it does, it gives you a vertical measure, and it assists you in many ways. So this year, make sure you take a class. Make sure to like, subscribe, join, and beginning January the 9th, I will be live from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. every day. Check me out. Have a good weekend. Hey everybody, this is Stacy with SF Johnson Consulting and Construction Services. And in this video, I'm going to go over our workplace violence prevention in construction program, that course, the outline, to give you an idea what it's all about and how it may be able to help you. And so here we go. So the course equips the participants, so everyone that's a part of the program, with the knowledge and tools to identify, prevent, and respond to workplace violence in construction settings. Okay, so we really shouldn't think that, oh, it's a surprise that we are dealing with these things, because it's been widespread forever. That's why it's a challenge to get women in construction and to keep them in the field, where studies show time after time after time, projects run more smoothly, they're more organized, and everything works more to form when there are more women on the construction site. And so this is not only to keep you out of trouble currently, this is to help you understand how you can, get women to work with you, and also to retain those women. So, and I have to do a little housekeeping here. We're getting a new roof installed today, so the roof has been taken off. So if you hear bumps and stuff, that's people on my roof. So I have to apologize. So you'll learn what types of workplace violence there is, the warning signs, prevention strategies, and how to foster which is more important, how to foster the culture of safety and respect on the job site. Okay, so again, we want to retain women, we want to invite women into the construction field because myself being a woman in the field and in construction defect litigation before this, it's been, I've been able to help a lot of people. And I know there's more like me, and there are more women that probably would want to get into it or probably were in construction and got out of it for these very reasons. So the audience really for this program is really for the whole company, especially in the beginning stages. But, construction managers, supervisors, HR personnel, so they can get the program in place. Okay, safety officers, and of course the workers, which is our the end user of everything that we'll be doing right here. And so usually it's 4 to 6 hours, but I recommend that this is your pro well this study program. It's online to you, and we can do it an hour a week or 2 hours a week or whatever works well for you. Okay, so by the end of the course, you'll be able to, and this is what's most important, okay, define workplace violence and the type. Okay, so this isn't something new, guys and ladies out here. Okay, we know what it is. And our job, again, is that we want to have women in charge. There's so many benefits with working with women in construction, minority women, just women in general. Okay, so we want to define workplace violence and its types. Number two, we will identify the risk factors and the warning signs of workplace violence. And three, I'm going to show you how to implement preventive measures to reduce workplace violence risks. Four, develop and enforce the policies. Okay. And respond, which is most important, respond effectively when there are threats and incidents, and make women know that it's okay to say something. Okay. And so I recommend that your course be delivered on a monthly basis and delivered by women. Okay. And I am a woman. I'd be more than happy to get you started and to train the appropriate female staff to deliver and administrate this program because nobody's going to understand these things. And you already have women in your company, they've already experienced some of this. Okay. And we think it's cute, but it'll get you sued. Okay. And it's not cute. All right. So we have different modules, okay, that we have developed. And there are, and I'm going to look at my hard copy here. We have 6 in total. And so, yeah, like 6 weeks if you want to just take it slow, or it can be like a 2 or 3 day program. It really is dependent on you. All right. So, module number one, the definition and the types, okay, of workplace violence, okay? Physical violence, verbal abuse, threats, harassment, bullying, okay? And we have a worksheet, with things that are specific to construction environments, women of different nationalities, different scenarios and things that would happen. And you'd have to, answer those questions and see what the real life typical answers were. And I mean, it's amazing to see, it's unconscious in a lot of men and women and among races, and we just need to stop it. And this course is going to help you stop not only workplace violence, but just a whole bunch of, unnecessary harassment, again, due to gender, due to sexual orientation, due to race. Okay, no, let's just stop it. Okay, we just really need to stop it. All right, so we go over the statistics and the impact, which is most important. And this is why we recommend the class. Beginning of the year, I work for an insurance company. Things always had to change. And you knew when the big meeting was at the end of the year after or before the Christmas party, who was getting fired, who, all the new things that were going to be implemented. And you knew it was going to happen. So there's no better time to change things than the beginning of a year, and especially among corporations. There's something about it's just inherently the month of January where people are kind of consciously in line with getting things together. All right, so we're going to talk about the impact, okay, and how having this program is going to reduce that impact. Okay, financial impact for sure. Okay, legal, emotional consequences among staff members, leadership, people just on that day to day basis. And you don't want anybody to get used to this kind of thing happening. Okay. All right. So, module number two, the risk factors and warning signs. Okay. High pressure deadlines, especially with construction. Okay. Disputes over responsibility, substance abuse. Okay. So, late nights, Christmas parties. Okay, so isolated work areas, construction sites, you know, lack of supervision, new people, people not, you know, interns even. Okay, because we really have, you know, there are a lot of risk factors, especially in construction. If you've done this enough, you know. Okay, and behavior warning signs. All of a sudden, people that were ate lunch together now, don't talk, or they're talking too much, aggressive behavior in the parking lot, now at the company toolbox talks, you're withdrawn or someone is, those are all warning signs that something's going on, and this is work, people. This not, no, no, work shouldn't be a place where emotional relationships have anything to do with anything. We are here to do a job and to make some money. Okay, leave all that emotional stuff for home. Okay, that's why, having personal relationships on the job should automatically be part of a no no. And HR should make it automatic. If we find out that you guys have a sexual, personal relationship, you're gone. One of you guys are gone. And every insurance company I ever worked for, because they figure, oh, you're going to get together, you're going to start stealing, you're going to be having sex in the closet. All right. So that should automatically be a no no. Okay. And my phone agrees. Okay. My phone agrees. Okay. So behavior warning signs, identifying vulnerable situations, okay, and really conflicts among team members, layoffs, disciplinary actions, okay, all of that, okay. Preventative measures, okay, so each one of the modules usually comprise three different topics, okay, so three, we want to prevent it. How do we do it? Create a safe work environment. They've gone up all the way down to the lighting, open spaces, control spaces, and implementing clear communication protocols when people are hired. During your OSHA 10 classes, which you should definitely have, and this is in conjunction with, we're teaching this and OSHA 10. So I'll have an outline. Everybody pretty much knows what OSHA 10, but some people don't. So I will outline the topics of our OSHA 10 because we're going to combine these two topics together in January, in first 2 weeks of January to get you started. All right. So, create a safe work environment. Make it clear. Communication is everything. Okay. Communication in the future will definitely be everything. And usually one on one communication will be everything. And so, yeah, have meetings, have weekly, monthly meetings on these topics. Because, yeah, you want to stop it. And all of the older guys out there, it's not cute. It's just not. It makes women uncomfortable. It makes some men uncomfortable, but they just got to go along because, bros. So, it's not cute. Training and education, regular workshops on conflict resolution. I'll give you a packet of information that you can work on throughout the year. Okay, so if there are incidents, you know what to do. Tailored safety training and supervisors, okay, to specifically know when things like this are going on just by the way body language is going on throughout the site or the office or whatever. Okay, and promoting a respectful culture. That always helps. Okay, zero tolerance policies for harassment and encouraging diversity and inclusion. That's the thing construction sites need to, you know, really work on. There needs to be a double subclass for this one. All right. Module four, developing workplace violence policies. Okay, and so that's something that everybody in leadership should just like sit down with from personal experience and say, okay, this is what I've experienced. So let's develop some policies really based on things that we've experienced. Because if you're in the construction field, this isn't new to pretty much anybody in the field, whether it's the discrimination part of it, or just the harassment part. If you happen to be an attractive female, you got to go to work looking like crap, or else you're going to be harassed. That kind of thing. I mean, me teaching OSHA, they were like, "Oh, don't go looking all pretty and stuff," because I'm like, "What?" uh, I know how to handle people. I'm gonna go being me. So, but yeah, you're not gonna go in some stilettos trying to teach OSHA. You're not really being helpful on that end either. So, let's go. All right. You want to define workplace violence so people can get it in the back of their little skulls that, oh yeah, I did that. I mean, I've done that a couple of times. It's time to, I guess, cut it out, right? Reporting procedures and confidentiality, those policies, how we're going to do all of that, and how are we going to discipline people. I was accused of some stuff way back in the day, and I was like, what? Ooh. So yeah, some companies don't play, even if they use it just to but don't use it on the other hand just to mess with people, because that's what it was in my case. I'm like, what, please? Okay, none of you people attract me, or did I ever act interested just because I'm nice? Oh, you better give me a break. So don't use it as a tactic to mess with people even more. Okay, so communication and implementation, introducing policies during onboarding. Definitely. Onboarding and the beginning of every year. This is our 2025 program for blah, blah, blah. Everybody has to be present, da, 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 and sign that you are present and you understand what we're doing. Regular updates and reminders. Have a lunch, do at the beginning of the year, right after New Year's, everybody gets back. I have to think every January is always some crap. I pray that it's not 2025. But nobody's really like, oh, it's January. No, we're like, what are we going to do to change life so it'll be better? Okay, so this is part of it. It's great. All right, so again, this is a class I teach you. These are the points that we cover. You're also given worksheets, templates, study guides to help you do what I'm doing, teach your staff based on all of these things. Okay. All right. Of course, legal considerations, part of your policy communication. And then, of course, OSHA, but that's part of this too. OSHA 10, if you need OSHA 30, it's an additional cost, but we can discuss that later. But yeah, project managers, supervisors, all of those people should have, or at least one or two people should have OSHA 30. But everyone in the building should, and on site, should have OSHA 10. Okay, so you're covered. And not in only that way, especially here in California, you have to implement this program. There are some states in 2025, it's a must. And I know in California, it's a must. So we're going to put them all together, OSHA and this. All right, Module 5, responding to incidents. Okay, immediate response steps. Depending, it's a woman situation being harassed. Have your woman team confidentially, reach them on the hotline or whatever. You got to have all those things in place. Okay, ensuring safety, removing individual, depending on the situation, right? You want to remove that person from the job site until the investigation has taken place. And make sure there is an investigation. Okay, notifying authorities and all management in any situation, being a claims adjuster for 10 years, any situation that can get you sued, okay, you need to have a protocol that assumes I'm going to get sued and and be ahead of that. Get statements from everybody and anybody that may have seen the situation. Get written statements, recorded statements, all of that. When did it happen? Shut the site down. Take pictures. Remove people from harm with pay. Okay, depending on the situation. Okay, so incident investigations. Being a senior claims law adjuster, which means I have a degree in claims law, an associate's at least. You know, People can sue you for anything. Just because they don't doesn't mean that they won't. And they have 2 years to do it, even at work. Okay. And so if you're the owner of a business, construction business, it's your responsibility not only to provide OSHA so no workplace physical, this kind of harm too will get you messed up. Okay. So make sure you have someone outside of the situation, like someone like me, to do the investigation, talk to all the parties, review the evidence, okay? And someone that's able outside the company, okay, able to remain neutral in the investigation, okay? And then all of your post accident protocols. Support the affected people, yes, definitely. And see, your support is really your monthly meetings. Once you get this going, I'm sure you'll have a whole lot less incidents. Okay, but when you do get it going, you need to go back and say, now, anybody that's been here at least the last year, because there's a 2 year statute of limitations. So once people know stuff, and so just have, reach out to us if you've worked here within the past 2 years and you think you have experienced anything that we've talked about, because you do want to talk to those people. And you never know, that may have toward thwarted their productivity, all that kind of stuff. Because yeah, everybody needs their job. Okay, that was the biggest thing I always heard as I some weird coconut in my head said, you don't really need your job more than you need your self-respect and peace and all that stuff. So God, that was me. And then, well, 14, 16 years later, it's very true. But some people really feel, I mean, depending on their situation, they go to work and they feel they got to deal with this shit when they really don't. Okay. And so make sure you investigate with neutral parties, support the people, and documentation, document everything. And then I'll give you the tools. Make sure you do that. And then we'll go over some case studies, okay, and talk in a group on real world situations. Have some really good information on that. Okay, module 6, last but not least, ongoing risk assessment. Okay, regularly reviewing the risk. Okay, you know, the jobs, they sleeping overnight and it's one lady and five dudes. Okay, I don't think that's a good idea. Okay. So regularly review your workplace violence risks, adapting measures, changing work conditions, that kind of thing. Okay. Building a sustainable program. Okay. So engage in leadership. Yeah, because leadership's in charge. And the leadership eventually, they make sure you don't get sued. And then continuous improvement. How do we let's look over the past year and make sure we're always doing better, that no one is reporting that they're being harassed at work. So that is our workplace violence class. We also put it together with OSHA, and we'll have an outline for OSHA as well. But if you have any questions, please email me at education@sfjohnsonconsulting.com. And please make 2025 a lot safer and a lot easier for all of the men and women on your site. Talk to you soon. Okay. And so this class is all about the architectural set and what the architectural set is all about, and and how we're going to go about making sense of it. And like I was saying, it's broken down into 5 different modules, where the first one is today. We'll try to get through the first 3 today. So module number 1 is just an introduction to the plans, definition, what they are, and component parts of the plan, recognizing symbols and elevation sections, all of the what I call the views. And then, kind of going over scales. And if you don't have a proper measuring tool, how we can look at the plans and get some basic measurements from it and things of that nature. So that's module number 1. Number 2 is breaking down all of the floor plans. So we have a floor plan, we have the roof plan, we have the reflective ceiling plan, and going over all of those plans and identifying the symbols for each of them. And also, so, we may barely just get through this module number 2 tonight. And going over all the symbols for all of the plans and how to apply plan view, section view, detail view, elevation view to each of those plans and how to make sense of all of that. And of course, looking at the dimensions and the scales and everything. And module number 3, more deeply into understanding the elevations, or what I call the 4 views, and how they relate and how we go to each one based on the trade. So if we're the roofer, what's our section view? If we're the finished trades, which of the views are most important for us, and those kind of things. 4 is reading the details in the notes and making sure you know where to go. And also, I'm going to add to this is understanding the specifications and what part of the specifications are related to the architectural set. And also, I'll have a separate video for that, because that's almost a class in itself, to relate the specifications to everything in the architectural set. And so we'll talk a little bit about that. And last module is applying the plans, the architectural set, to estimating and takeoffs. So if I'm the framer, which of the sheets on those plans do I need to look at as far as determining my takeoffs? If I'm the finished trade, if I'm the painter, if I'm the insulation person, if I'm the roofer, which, what do I need to look at? And that's pretty much all of the 5. And again, there'll be detailed explanation videos for each of the modules that you can review constantly. You'll have access to the page and a password. And I would just ask, make sure you don't share any of that information with anyone else. And so let's begin. So now, what are the A plans and how do they fit in the construction drawing? Well, when we have a project, I always want to say a project from the ground up. When we have a project from the ground up, we have the box, which is the structural set. And then once we have the box, we have the architectural set. And then once we finish that, it really depends. If it's from the ground up, we have the civil set, the C plan. So it really depends on what part of the project we're at, which set of plans apply. The architectural set is basic. If you had to think about it anyway, it's everything that goes in and on the building, closes in the building once the box has been constructed. And so what's the box? Basically, the box is the structural set. Structural set is the foundation, columns, beams, headers, and your roof frame. That's the structural set. So that's the box. Simple as that. And shear walls. If you have to think about so that's the box. That's the S plans. And then once we finish the S plans, assuming we already have the civil set. So let's go backwards. So if we have just dirt, we have the civil set. The civil set is all of everything outside the building. So once we walk outside, the civil set is what we see: concrete, asphalt, lights, underground sewers, curbs, gutters, um, parking lot stripes in the grocery store. That's the civil set, and everything underground. That's the civil set. So the civil set's all finished. Now we want to build the house. Then we start with the box. The box is the structural set. The foundation, beams, headers, columns, roof framing. That's all part of the structural set. So when you look in the architectural set, you'll never find any details about any of the other sets. You won't find details about the structural set. You won't find details about the civil set because we break a project into those various sets. And so again, the A plans, that is everything that goes in and on the building once the building's been constructed. And so we do things like framing, drywall. And see, when we talk about framing, there are two different types of framing. We have structural framing, that's in the S plans. Structural framing is, and remember, you're going to have a quiz on all of this or
Yeah.
more. So take notes for sure. And see, and that's why I give you the recordings too, because
Perfect.
I'm extremely anal, okay? And I'm going to make sure you know the smallest of the details, okay? So make
Absolutely.
sure you take notes and you can listen to this a zillion times if you need to. All right, so I forgot where I was going. Okay, so the A plans again, that's what this class is all about. Is everything that goes in and on the building once the building's been constructed. And so, again, framing, we got to make sure we know if we're talking about structural framing, which is the roof, joists, floor joists, columns, beams, headers, or the A plan framing, which is the floor plan, the ceiling, the reflective ceiling plan, the door frames, and all of that. So everything that goes in and on the building once the building's been constructed. So uh, framing that connects all of the columns. So again, that doesn't mean structural framing. Drywall, framing, paint, insulation, um, furniture. Okay. And but also in the architectural set, you will have the MEPs, mechanical, electrical, and plumbing. That's also in the set, but of course, those things do different things. Mechanical is everything that heats the building and moves all the liquids in and out the building. That's the mechanical set, basically. The HVAC plan heats and cools the building, circulates the air. And then the plumbing plan. Plumbing and HVAC are both mechanical systems. And so if you think about when you got to make sure when someone says, do you do mechanical or do you do mechanical? They say, can you estimate the mechanical set? Most people just think HVAC. But no, mechanical is the movement of stuff. When you have a mechanical system, you're controlling the movement of stuff. For HVAC, it's the movement of air. For plumbing, it's the movement of water or liquids. It doesn't or airs. I mean, it could be air too for gases, for like a dental office. That's part of the plumbing scope of work. So the A plans will give you all of that, but that's that's all of those separate systems because those come kind of in between the A plans. So we the structural set also includes or the civil set, we have underground sewer systems, underground pipes, underground communications, underground whatever. All of those things will be in the civil set except for the electrical. Okay, so when the electrician, his civil portion will always be in his plans. So you don't have, for the electrician, you won't ever have to look at the electrical set and the civil set. The electrical set always has his civil set, the outside stuff included in his set, but not so much for HVAC or plumbing. Okay, so
Yeah.
plumbing, if it's plumbing in a civil set, it stops at the building. And then the P plans are everything that's inside the building. So if we're talking about sewers, underground water, underground gas, all of that, all of that you're going to find only in the civil set. Once it hits the building, once it comes into the building, plumbing and HVAC, you find that in the individual plumbing plan and in the individual HVAC plan. But again, for electrical, their civil portion, whether it's residential or commercial, is in their whole electrical set. They don't have to go to the civil set. and it'll be referenced. Their scope of work, the electrician scope of work will be referenced in the civil set, but that's only for the plumber and for the HVAC person or for underground utilities or just to show how the pipes are running, but not for the electrician to use at all to do his estimate. Okay, so
Right.
see how all of those. So how the A plans fit in? Well, that's everything. Again, once we've done the box, once we've done the C plans, once we finish the S plans, now we have the A plan. Okay. So that's how they are related. Okay. So, it says the role of the A plans in estimating. Well, project planning and execution. Well, that's a part of the project. And when it comes to estimating and you're a GC or you have to present like a whole building worth of estimate, you have to do the cost for the whole building. That's something totally different where each one of those would be broken down separately. We'd have an estimate for the framing and the drywall. We'd have an estimate for the insulation. We'd have a separate estimate for the roofing because in terms of trades, those are totally different scopes of work. And we have to totally estimate them separately. Once we complete the estimate, we know how long each scope is going to take. And then from that point, we can start to produce a construction schedule and all of that stuff. So that is when it helps with the project planning and execution. But we got to know how to break that A plan up into its individual parts.
Mhm.
So, okay, you'll have for A plans, you'll have the drywall, framing, paint, insulation, roofing, depending on the ceiling, because the ACT, acoustical ceiling tile, if it's commercial, most drywall folks don't do that. So you have to have that one separately. All of your finishes, finished carpentry should be separate. Exterior finishes should be separate. You should know your exterior paint from your interior paint and break all of that down. All of that's in your A plan.
Okay.
So now let's look at the components of the A plan. So what are we looking at? We are looking at the plan. Okay. So let's go to when we have a set of plans. Okay. We always have the cover sheet. Okay. And the cover sheet is pretty much everything about the project. And they're usually boilerplate. Okay. So there may be some abbreviations in here that may not even be that are in the plans that may not even be on here. So just know it's a boilerplate kind of thing and they just fill it in as they need it. But the cover sheet gives you everything about the project. You can look at the cover sheet and the cover sheet gives you all of the scopes of work. So you can look at your cover sheet and determine right away if it's from the ground up or if it's existing. Because if it's from the ground up, you're going to have a civil set, you're going to have a structural set, because that means if it's from the ground up, that means there's no foundation, right? So if I have a structural set, if I'm looking at it, they send me a set of plans and I say, oh, okay, I don't have a structural set, but I have AD. That's, demolition. So I know straight away that this is probably existing and it's a demo, a refit, a rebuild, whatever they call them these days. But yeah, it is. So the cover sheets give you a lot of information about the plans because if you have to solicit different contractors, you won't need underground utility contractor because there is no underground utilities. Or you'll need, you know, all of the MEP, because they're here. By virtue of the plans being here, that's part of the project. So cover sheet tells you everything about the project. It tells you all the owner's information. Really, when you present a set of plans, it's a contract really between the owner and the GC or the firm that's acting as the GC. And so by law, you have to have certain things on here. You have to have the architect's information and all of the engineers, if there were any involved and if you have a mechanical, plumbing, and electrical set, there has to be an engineer involved in developing what everything should be for those technical sets. Okay, so their information is always going to be on the cover sheet somewhere. The project location is going to be there. The owner or the landlord, all of that is going to be there. The owner for this one is Ulta, and it gives all their contact information. scope of work statement, all of the abbreviations. So, you should never be lost. But there are some standard abbreviations that you'll use all the time. And I sent you that PDF of those that, we see all the time and we should be familiar with. Now, the orientation of the all of the sheets, you'll find that the right band is always going to be oriented like this way, sideways, as opposed to everything else. And that is because if you have a active live real set of plans, you just want to be able to flip through this portion of it to find the page you need and be able to pull it out. So you don't want to have the page number in the middle where you got to look through a hundred of them, So the orientation of all the pages are the same. It'll give you the project name, got to have the direct, the physical address, because yes, all of our pricing, all of our labor, all of our everything is based on the physical location of the project. And so you always want to make sure that you are pricing it based on the physical location of where it's at. And to some GCs will say, oh, price it for 60 days out. Well, how are you supposed to know what drywall mud is going to be 60 days out? Your supplier's not going to tell you that. That's not part of the game, even though they want you to do that. So you've got a couple of choices. I just say you're supposed to price it for the date it's due. And then if you win, okay, you reprice it for the redo date, because they're always going to ask you to give them a new number, even if you help them win with the number you gave them. And so, or you can just go ahead and add 25% or 30%, but then that tends to help make you overbid because somebody else may not be doing that. Okay, so how you do that. I mean, that's typical. You don't get a walkthrough, you just got to go by the plans. And when you're doing an estimate, that's exactly what you do. You go by the plans that you're given in the specifications, and you don't add stuff to it. And that's how you really get bare bones when it comes to doing your estimates. Because a lot of people, oh, I worked for them before and they did this, so I'm going to add $5,000 or something stupid. I'm like, yeah, well, you're not going to win because it doesn't work like that. You just do it based on what they give you. And that's what change orders are for. That's what contracts are for. You got to make sure you understand the provisions of a change order and how you're getting paid on the contract. And you don't have to jump through so many unnecessary hoops when you're doing an estimate. So, architectural set, the cover sheet, all of the sheets within the set, and so, everything with an A is the architectural. So it's everything that goes in and on the building once the building's constructed. Floor plan, ceiling plan, all of the wall types, okay, and everything. So we'll go through each of the pages as quick as we can. Okay, so that's the importance of the cover sheet. And another thing you're always going to look for if you're submitting an estimate, you always want to say somewhere on your estimate based on plans and specifications dated, whatever the last date for the plans that you've seen. Now, if there are addendums, then need to use the addendum date, even if the addendum doesn't apply to you. Okay, because they want to see that you looked at, because they don't know. I mean, they just know there's an addendum. So really needs to look at the addendum, whether it applies to you or not. And so that's what they're going to be looking for when you submit an estimate. There's something to the effect of based on plans and specifications, dated, whatever there's always a net, whatever the date of the addendum you received. Otherwise, they may just throw it out. Oh, you didn't, it doesn't look like any reason. It doesn't look like you looked at all the plans or whatever. All right, so let's look through the architectural set. Now, every set is going to have this thing. It's division of work, but it's also called a responsibility schedule. Okay, and what it basically tells you is they'll break everything down, okay, for the full project. So you got to make sure you know what the divisions are, because we're talking about specifications. Okay, when we say division 3, that's concrete. And sometimes they'll want you to price it based on the exact division number. Okay, so you got to get really familiar with the specifications and especially with the A plans. Okay, the A plans, Division 9 are finishes. Okay, so finishes are everything. Okay, look what finishes are. The partition is finished, the gypboard's a finish. Okay, the acoustical ceiling tile is a finish. Everything is a finish. And so if they ask you to price, and all of that's A plans. So if they ask you to price it based on Division 9 and all of these numbers, and we'll go over it. Like I said, there's a whole class in specifications, especially when it comes to the architectural set, because everything is different. So divisions are broken down, everything in construction is broken down to one or the other of a division. And so you got to be able to know when you are reading the specifications, for instance, acoustical ceiling tile or porcelain tile, everything about that material will be in the specifications. Everything where you got to order it from, the grout, thickness, everything. And so you have to be able to know if you're the tile person or you're the vinyl strip floor tile person, where do I go in the specifications to read about my scope of work so I make sure I do the job according to what the owner wants, I price it right, all of that stuff. Okay, so the architectural set, everything in the architectural set pretty much will be in the division 9 in finishes. Okay. But then again, if you're doing framing, okay, if we have uh, metal framing, light metal framing, well, then you got to look in Division 5 because that's metals. If we're doing wood framing, blocking, and all that, millwork, which we do, you see, we have it all part of the project, then you need to review the Division 6, which is woods and plastic. So any kind of wood in the project is going to be in Division 6, and the purpose of the specifications is telling you the means and methods of how you're going to do the score. If they want to see a submittal, they may want to see a piece of tile that you're going to install, and all of that will be told to you the in the specifications. If we're doing the roofing, that's Division 7, and so it's going to give us all the details about insulation, the roof material, the manufacturer, all of that stuff. Okay, so this division of work basically is also called a responsibility schedule. And okay, it will tell you, as we see up here, the description does not apply, exists to remain, landlord, furnish and install. Okay, so if you're an electrician, whatever, you need to be looking at this first because the owner or the landlord may be furnishing a whole lot of your material and that takes a big strain off of you. And so make sure you're always looking at the responsibility schedule so you'll know what portion of the material you'll be providing or they'll be providing, who's installing. And keep in mind when it says Ulta GC or the GC, that's the GC and his subs. Okay, so it's not that the GC's doing the work. Sometimes the GC will do the demo directly, but yeah, we know because the set of plans is a contract between the GC and the owner. It'll never say GC subs or whatever. So when you see that, that's the subs that all the GCs are going to try to hire. Okay, so for demolition work, the GC, which is, there'll be a sub to do all of the demo work, and site work doesn't apply here. And that's how you read that. So every responsibility schedule or in this time, they're calling this one a scope schedule, or whatever. You want to look for that. Is the landlord furnishing or the owner furnishing or installing? Because you don't want to waste your time giving them an estimate for a whole bunch of stuff that you don't even have to worry about the material for, and that makes life a whole lot easier. Okay, so that's the division of work, also known as the responsibility schedule. And every time, everything about a project should be in the right band. So if you don't know what page you're on, it should be there. Like I didn't know what page this was, but this is the vendor contact information and submittal requirements. And to this kind of stuff, you would find definitely in the specifications, and they put it here in the set of plans just to make your life easy. So because they know most people don't read the specifications. So, look through that also in good detail, where if they require a submittal, yes or no, or. And what's a submittal? A sample of whatever it is they're asking for. They'll ask you to submit it to them. And two, there are guidelines that apply to the receipt and transferring of submittals too. They're supposed to give you a certain amount of time to send them to them, and they're supposed to respond back to you if it's adequate within a certain amount of time. And if it's not, you have a certain amount of time to get back with the right thing. So there's a process to everything. So if any GC's just like flying by the seat of their pants, that's because they want to. And yeah, it takes a lot of organization to keep all of this in line, especially if you're in charge of everything. So let me ask you, let me stop right here. What do you do every day? Why are you taking this class?
I like design like the buildings and stuff
You
for
design
construction.
buildings?
Yeah, like through like a program like Act Dimensions and like blue
Okay.
beam and measurements. Yeah, stuff like that.
Okay. So are you finding this part helpful for that?
Yeah, no,
Okay.
absolutely, and like estimating all that.
Okay, good, good, good. Well, we
Yeah,
got a long way to go. So
yeah,
that's good. All
yeah,
right. So details, it depends on what your scope of work is, how much you need to look at the details.
right.
And that's all this is. So let's go on to all the details about the bathroom, what it has to be, and mandatory checklist. Okay. We don't care about that. And at this point, in terms of estimating, looking at the plans, okay, so we got the site plan, kind of gives us an idea if there's something, there may be one or two things we got to do some handicap work or whatever. And I think that's just the egress plan to show you which way you exit from the building. So yeah, that's not anything. Yeah, existing site plan for reference only. So, when you got to go, actually travel to the site, okay, it's in between this one and this one, but they don't really tell you what they are. But yeah, so we know that our footprint for the Yolta is 5,943 square feet. So, that's helpful. And that's about all that does. All right. And then the egress plan to show you when those things are on the wall, which way you got to exit. But I don't know that that helps anybody with the estimate. But the fixture plan, okay. So let's talk about the different views, okay, because that's what's really important. And let's see, floor plan. Yeah, there we go. Elevation sections. Okay. So the first of the views is the most basic of the views. And is what we call the plan view. So when you say send me the plans, that's just kind of generic term for construction documents because plan is a way that you are looking at the sheet. It's as if you're hovering over the building. They took the ceiling or roof off, and you're like hovering over it, looking down. And that's the plan view. So whether it's the floor plan, the fixture plan, the roof plan, the ceiling plan, all the plans, that's a particular way that you're looking at the sheet. And that's the most basic of the views. And so you got to think if I'm looking at now, let's look at the floor plan, which floor plan is just all of the new walls built from the floor up or from the ceiling down. Well, no, that's the ceiling plan. Let me not confuse you. So the floor plan shows me all the new walls built from the floor up. Okay, so this is the architectural set. So remember, it's everything that's in and on the building once the structural part has been already been constructed, but this is a renovation. And so what we're probably did in the demo is just like gut the building, and now we are building all new walls around the perimeter of the building and some new walls in the back of the house, what they call the back of the house or whatever. And so, plan view, most basic of the views, the view from above, whether it's the roof plan, the floor plan, the reflective ceiling plan, the electrical plan. Okay, so it's the most basic of the views. And so, for a framer, The floor plan will help us measure how many linear feet of each type of wall. But we need to know the height of every wall because we're the framer. And so you need another view. You need another way of looking at the wall. So, and now you as a designer and building and putting together maybe sets of plans, the most crucial part in the architectural set is the section view of the walls. So the framer knows what's the height of the wall, and that is something like this symbol. Okay, so this is called a section view marker. Basically, what it does is, let me explain it. So the circle, the hat, and it's unique. So that's why I point out the pieces of it. So the circle, the hat, the leg, and the foot. It's a section view marker because the leg goes through a section of a wall. And the purpose of the going through the section is like the leg is a knife. Okay. Pretend the leg is a knife and I'm cutting the wall right there and I'm opening up the wall right there. And I'm standing where I cut and I'm facing in the direction of where the foot is pointing. So I'm facing to the right. Okay. So let's go look at, okay. So this is an existing column. Looks like a column, we're putting a column cover over the column, closing in the column basically. Okay. And so let's look at two. And so what the architect is saying, if you want to know the internal construction of this wall, I can measure from this. This is also a plan view of this column. So I can measure how many linear feet, but I need to know the height of that column. And the height of that column will be given to me when I look at image or picture number 2 on page A2.1. So let's see, or some portion of it. And then if it's not, then there's another way to do it. So let's go to 2.0, picture number 2. Oh, that's this one. So of course, picture number 2. Okay, not to scale. Beautiful. Okay, so what's this column cover? Yeah, yeah. And the 6 inches, that's 9 times out of 10, most of the walls are going to go 6 inch above the ceiling. Okay. And so what's the ceiling? Well, we've got to figure it out and see. Let's go over a couple symbols. Okay. So it's not to scale. If it was to scale, we could straight measure, but it's not. Okay, let's go over some symbols. You see that little look like heartbeat symbol?
Mm-hmm.
The heartbeat symbol basically says this is just a section of the wall just for demonstration. I basically cut out, so don't use this to actually measure the actual length because I'm just showing you what the bottom looks like, wall base number 1 at the bottom. There's some length, okay, that I cut out that is not for the purpose of what I'm showing you here. The purpose of this section view really is to show us what the wall base is made out of, that the walls on all sides are going to be painted P6, okay, and that we're going to have column trim where the ceiling meets the wall and the drywall is going to only go 6 inches, less than 6 because that's 6 inches, just an inch above the ceiling, which is ACT. Okay, so this does nothing to help us with the height of the wall. Okay, but let's go to another view, which may help us, which is the interior elevation views. Okay, so this is an interior elevation marker. And basically what the architect is saying, and this one is too, okay, but they're serving two different purposes, but the purpose of what they want you to look at is different. So this one right here, basically what this is saying is that if I look at image or picture 7C on page A6.2, I'm gonna it's as if I'm standing right here looking in the down direction and most probably just the existing vestibule. Okay, so if I'm looking at 7B, I'm looking at this right wall because I'm looking in the direction that that arrow is pointing. They would normally put it inside right here, but it's so big they just said, okay, This is what it is for this area where I've tagged it right here. So what we're going to do, we're going to go to A 6.2 and look at all of those views. And that's an interior elevation view, meaning it's as if I'm really standing in the vestibule and I can see all four sides. Okay, so let's go to A 6.2. And I don't know that I've got 8.1. Let's go 6.3, 6.2. Okay, so the vestibule. Okay, so you see A, B, C, D. It's as if I'm now standing up in the vestibule, and this is to scale. Okay, and so good. I can pretty much determine, this may be where the ceiling is, but it's still not telling me. But interior elevation views show you the real life, pretty much, view at that point. So this is inside the vestibule, all four sides. And so, say for instance, I'm the painter now. I can scale my plans 1/4 equals 1. And now I know if I'm the painter, I can say vestibule paint, and I can use elevation views now to say, okay, even if I just did one side and just assume they're all the same. Okay, so now I'm the painter and I know that, I'm going to do all of these actually. So I'll know how many square feet of paint for the vestibule. And then we have wall base number one everywhere but at the window, which makes sense. Okay. See, and so that's what an elevation view is for. If I'm the window person, then I can measure the height of the new windows they want, or I can determine this is T means tempered glass. So if I'm the window manufacturer, I can determine pretty much how many square feet of tempered glass I have to get for them for this vestibule area. And now I can see I'm the finished person, right? I got to do all the and this is some kind of probably some whatever. I don't know what that means, but it's probably in the explanation. And now I
Right.
know I have to put the Ulta stickers on the D section of the wall. Oh, D and B. I got to make sure I got the four stickers and I put them in the right place. Okay, so that's elevation views. It helps the finished trades. Okay, so the corridor now, I know I have wall covering number 7. So I'm the finished person. I need to determine how many square feet of that do I have. And I can use this as well to determine how many linear feet of wall base. Okay. So that's an elevation view. But what it's not giving me is I'm going back to being the framer and I need to know the height of my walls. Okay. So unless it tells me somewhere, I need to find out what the height of my walls are. So even though, let's see, we got to go through because there's a couple of ways we can do it. Let's see, do we have section views? And this is the enlarged salon plan. And oh, let's see. This looks like it's outside. Okay, okay. So this looks like it's outside, and we have, oh, wait, that's not helping. Oh, this one. Okay. So we have interior elevation views, which are the ones inside. But then we also have, in this case, exterior elevation views. And hopefully the exterior elevation view will show us it should show us from the bottom of the building all the way to the roof. And so maybe that'll assist us in determining how the length of the studs, because we're going to probably once we look at the schedule for the studs, we can determine whether they are just to the top of the ceiling or all the way to the roof rafters and braced to the roof rafters. So let's look at, I think we already did, didn't we? 6.2. I think that's what we looked at. Yeah, we did. Okay. So yeah, no. So let me just do this and see if it makes sense that that's the roof. Mm. So when we make our measurements, we always go up to the nearest even. So, I'd say 12, all the exterior walls, I would go 12 feet. I just say 14 because it doesn't show me very well, at all. So I would say exterior walls are 14 feet, but let's do it another way. So here's our floor plan, symbols on the floor plan. Now remember, everything on your plans, whether it's the floor plan, the mechanical plan, the HVAC, or whoever, whatever, everything on here is either doing one or two things, either telling you what something is or telling you to do something. So you got to be real clear on the floor plan. I need to know that if it's a exterior, if it's a wall, that it's pointed out as being a wall. Okay. And so this is the floor plan. This is the plan where it's going to tell me all about the new walls from the ground up. And so I'm going to assume I'm going to have wall tags all throughout the new building, and which I do. Okay. And so the wall schedule, we have B walls, and we see that this symbol is associated with the walls. And if we look on the cover sheet, you have the small basic symbols. And so, yeah, that's what they use to the sideways square. That's where they're using, that's the symbol they're using to tell me that these are walls, wall tags. And then the room tag, they're using that symbol. Revision, of course, is always a triangle. Doors, if it's a new door, it's even an existing door. Okay, it's in a circle. The number, all the doors are numbered. Okay, so if you have a million doors in a project, you're going to have a door schedule with a million doors from one to a million. Okay, and even if they're all the same door. So keep that in mind because they treat windows differently. If you have a million windows, they're just going to show you the A window, the B window, the C window, the D window, but there's no schedule of every window in the project. So, say for instance, you're doing a hotel and it's from the ground up. The window person has to be able to look at the exterior elevations and say, okay, and count how many windows they have because there is no full window schedule for a full project like there is a door schedule for a project. So all the doors have an individual number and are from one to whatever, all the doors. But the windows, no. It's window A, window B, window C, even if there's a zillion window A's. So make sure, you know that, yeah, I got to look at the exterior elevation and hopefully each window will have a tag on it, which is supposed and I can use a counting tool to count how many of windows of each different kind. But we have and let's find it. We have probably with the wall types. Okay, no, it's not. We have a door schedule and a finish schedule. We have all the schedules. Okay, wall opening. I guess that's what they're calling it. Yeah, I think that's what they're. Yeah, that's what they're calling it. Wood cased wall opening detail. So these would be our all of our doors. And, we're always looking for what is the frame. And usually when I see aluminum frame, that's usually a storefront. And my contractors don't do the aluminum frames because that's a specialty storefront thing. But yeah, most of the commercial, okay, and make sure you have a good door schedule. See, they're trying to be too fancy in this project. Wood cased wall opening, just say door schedule. Okay. So, yeah, it tells you everything about the doors. And as you can see, there's a lot that are the same size, but they're still individually numbered. And that's how we find them on the plan. So, if I'm the framer, I'm framing the windows. I mean, I'm framing the walls and I'm also doing all of the door frames. And so I have to make sure I look at the framing for that and make sure I know if it's hollow metal, if we're doing wood framing. Hollow metal frames take a fraction of the time to install as opposed to wood framing. It's like hollow metal frames are zero point 0.9 of a man hour, where a wood frame is like 1.5 hours. So is a real big difference when you're doing the frame. So now we're back to we don't know the height of the wall for the primer because we don't have good section views for this project. But other ones we will, and then it'll be easy to tell. But that section view marker goes through the wall and it kind of gives us an idea of the height of that wall. So the other way, let's go to the reflective ceiling plan. Okay. So as the floor plan gives you all of the new walls from the floor up, the reflective ceiling plan will give you two things: all of the new ceiling finishes, and in commercial, it's drywall or it's ACT, pretty much. I mean, it may be, wood, but that's some like special kind of restaurant that have wood slats on the patio or something like that. But the majority of like Ultas, Walmarts, if they have a ceiling at all, it's ACT and drywall. And so the reflective ceiling plan, they call it that because it reflects or it shows you everything, every component on the ceiling. But it's meant for the ceiling finish only. Okay, so it'll show you where the lights are. I'm sure these are some kind of electrical, the lights, the smoke detectors is showing us. It's showing us the supply grills. Okay, and it's only for the finish trade. So if I'm doing the ACT, which is, I think this is probably it, probably not even doing it new. Oh yeah, yes we are. So if I'm doing the ACT, then I know, okay, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 15 places where there's going to be a supply grill. And so I have to adapt that part of it to fit that supply grill. Okay, so the reflective ceiling plan is for ceiling finish people. It'll show everything on the ceiling, but only for the purpose of the ceiling finish. Now, the good thing about it also tells you the ceiling finish, which that's its job. Okay. The job of the reflective ceiling plan is to tell you the finish in each room and the height of that ceiling. Okay. So if you had to guess, once we look at the framing schedule, well, we know that the corridor is 9 feet AFF above finished floor, ceiling height at 9 feet AFF. And so the job of the reflective ceiling plan is to tell you every ceiling finish and the height of that ceiling. And so if you kind of like don't know what the height of the stud should be, well, it's got to go above the ceiling height. And if the uh, schedule doesn't help you, the framing schedule, the legend for the walls doesn't help you, then you know that will kind of help you. And third thing is most commercial ceilings are at least 10 feet, okay, except for exterior. The exterior is going to go the height of the ceiling, but interior, I mean, I don't think you could ever go wrong if you can't figure it out one way or another by saying the interior walls are probably 10 feet. I'm going to go 10 or 12 feet, okay, and you'll probably be okay. But when we have our next class, I'm going to have a different set of plans so I can show you specifically how a section view is supposed to look and work, and it does look and work the way it's supposed to.
Sweet.
So let's see what do floor plans. Okay, let's go back to the wall types. Okay, so we had various wall types, and that again, anything that goes in and on the building once the building's been constructed, that's all of the new walls, really. And so we know that our E wall, we had that E wall, and from the depiction here, if it doesn't tell us, you know, we know that it's metal studs because it tells us. But if it had a 3 and 5 and 7/8, 3 and 5/8, 5 and 7/8, we know that's metal. And we also know this is a distinction for metal as well. Okay, so metal studs, we know because if it was wood, it'd be a 2x4, 2x6. It'd be very specific. Okay, so we know that, yeah, we're dealing with metal because even if it didn't say metal studs, If you don't see 2 by something, you know it's metal. It's like, oh, that must be metal, even if you don't know, because
Right.
it would definitely say 2 by something. And so when we're looking at the wall legend, so we had a lot of wall E, which was the exterior, because that's the exterior wall. And so it's going to really point out you use these section views, whether it's the roofer, the insulation, whoever, whatever, you use these section views to build your material quantities because it points out exactly everything that you need from the runners to how high up the drywall is going to go, the top and bottom runners and any of the, additional supports and stuff. You can use this really to determine your material quantities list. Because if you know how many of something, okay, for instance, power driven fastener 32 on center, 32 inches. Okay. How many times do I have to do that? I have to do it every 32 inches. Okay, so just get in the habit of turning feet into inches. Okay, so you can, yeah, I need the power driven fastener 15 times, 17 times, whatever. Okay, so if I have 1,000 linear feet of wall E, which I did that. I have 220, I round up. So I have 220 linear feet of wall E. And I have to place that power driven fastener on the bottom track every 32 inches. So I'm going to say 1,000 because that's the feet times 12. I got to turn it into inches. So that's what, 12,000 inches.
Hmm.
And then I divide by the placement, which is 32. So I know I got to do that power driven fastener at least 375 times if I'm doing it on the 32s. And so you do that with anything. Okay, on the 8s, on the 12s, on the whatever. But make sure you, well, that's that. No, we won't do that because that's concrete. But yeah, that's what we have to do. No matter what it is, just get used to what we're putting the bridging bar at 4 inch vertically to be installed only on walls. Da, 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 da. Okay, so we know that how many linear feet of the bridging bar do we need? Well, we need as many linear feet as wall E that we have, and then we got to look and see, oh, is it on the millwork? Is part of wall E, does part of my wall E somewhere on here, is it going to have millwork? And yeah, see, millwork is all of this stuff. And so what you're going to do, you're going to measure how many linear feet, and don't go into here. It starts here and it ends there. And so now I know, okay, it's got to, what's it say, 4 feet above finished floor. So that's my bridging for all of that. You can slowly but surely put your material quantities list together by looking at all the section views. Okay, so I'm going to end this class with I'm going to close this out real quick. And I'm going to open up another one that has a really good uh, section view thingy that I've had here forever. And it says 2 something 23. Okay, what are we in? Almost 25. So that's how many projects and I never delete them. And it's like, but I'm like I'm crazy. It's like once I have a set of plans, I like to keep them because I teach from them. And it's like, yeah, you want to figure out how to do every Starbucks and whatever, all the different, well, I've got that too.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So, okay. So here's a Popeyes Louisiana kitchen. A
Nice.
beautiful, beautiful example of section views, more than you need. Okay. And so here's the floor plan, and all the different colors are all the different types of walls. And I always like to say the section view is the architect telling you this section of wall is built this way. And then I give you another section view and show you this section of wall is built that way. That's the purpose of the section views, is because every wall is not built the same. And so if you're designing walls, okay, make sure you just fill them to the butt with section views, because if you do, there's no way the contractor can't put the wall together the way you're supposed to. Okay,
Right.
so let's just start over here. So this is a representation of a window, right? The little frame where it looks like glass or whatever. This is window A. And so section view 1 over A 426 is the architect saying, hey, if you want to know how the wall is built at window A, then I want you to look at image or picture number 1 on page A 426. And so that's what we'll do. And I always add section views. 426, picture number 1. All right. So classic, beautiful section views. Okay. So this is picture number 1. This is the wall at the window. So I'm the framer. Okay. I need exactly all of this because I need to buy studs. I don't want to all buy all 12-foot studs because I'm going to have to cut so many down because I have so many feet of wall under window. And so what I want to do is make sure I get studs that 4 feet. I got to cut a whole lot less because all of my wall under window is 2 feet 10 inches. And then here's my window. And even in my window has a section view through it. And that's for the purpose of the caulking through the window and how the window and meets the tile. Okay. But we're just talking straight for a framer. So the framer knows the length of the wall under the window, knows that X's, X's, that means 2x4s, no metal. Okay, anytime you see the X, it's a 2x4, 2x6, 2 by something, wood framing. And so I know I have one bottom plate, two top plates, and then however many linear feet. So that's the job of the section view. See, these are all section views at different places. Okay, section view at the window, section view at the bathroom, in section view for an interior wall. And so this way, this is the parapet wall, the amount of wall above the roof framing. So, and I know that that doesn't get insulation because this represents insulation. I know the parapet wall is not insulated because I have very good section view. And the section view is also used for the roofer, for the roof plan. Because yeah, from the plan view, the view from above, the roofer can measure how many square feet or how many squares the roof is. But when we talk about, okay, what's the thickness of the membrane? We got the cant strips, we've got the ceiling, how far does that go up? That's why we need all of these. And then we get into detail views, which we'll talk about later. So we have plan view, the most basic of the views. Section view gets a little deeper. Think in terms of our framer now. Now we not only know how many linear feet of each wall, we can determine the height of the wall too. We can determine the drywall height. We don't have drywall all the way up as far as the stud. So, we want to make sure we have that. Now, this is the architectural set. So you will see references to everything related to the architectural set, but you won't see anything referenced to the structural set. What is the structural set on here? The foundation, what does it tell you? See foundation plan. It'll show you, yeah, this is the continuous footer. We'll give you a little more information about that, but you don't know anything about this concrete foundation or other than what you can measure because this is to scale. And also the tops of every window, right? Those are headers and beams. So you see that they're represented here. There's an X. We know that's a beam, and we know that that's 2x6. We know it's a 2x6 because the walls are 6 inch. And we know that that's a structural beam, but there's nothing on it telling you the size of it, other than we know it's wood. Why? Because above the windows, above the doors, all above, that's structural framing. We see the roof joists, but it doesn't tell us anything about the size of the joist or the placement of the roof joist. Because why? It's a structural component. But yeah, it tells us all about the roofing membrane because that's a finish. The can strips, the finish. All of that are finishes. And so, yeah, it tells us all the details about that. All right. So we're going to close this class here. I'm going to have all of the videos for each of the modules for you tonight so you can go forward. Okay.
Perfect.
with everything else. And even if, but don't take any of the quizzes until we meet, together with the class. Even if you have the time, even if it runs into 3 sessions, let's do it. Okay.
Absolutely. Okay. Sounds good. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Have a good evening, and I'll look for my emails. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
yeah.
I'll
You
get
got to go home. You got to go
I
home.
know. I know. I gotta get home.
Have a good evening, sweetie.
You
Talk
too.
to
Thank
you
you
soon.
so much.
All right. Bye bye. All right. In this video, we're just going to go over our little cheat sheet for the standard symbols and abbreviations and dimensions for our A plan. So let's go over that right now. All right. So we are going to go back and forth between here and a set of plans. So let's see where. Okay. So we're ready. All right. So when we talk about the architectural set, we are talking about the installation of or the construction of new walls, doors, windows, stairs, columns. Okay, and when we get into the MEPs, electrical, rooftop units, fans, sinks, toilets, okay, and all of that. And so these are the standard things that you'll find in a general architectural set. So remember, the architectural set will also include the MEPs, okay, in within the architectural set, because they just do, okay. So the architectural set's going to have the MEPs in whatever detail, the mechanical, electrical, and plumbing in whatever detail uh, that is necessary for that project. In this video, we're going to talk about things specific to the A plans themselves and how they represent these 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 things. Okay, so walls, solid lines. Okay, it they may be thicker or thinner depending on if they are represented as 6-inch studs, or two by fours, 2 by 6, or 3 and 5/8, or 5 and 7/8. Okay, and if they have insulation, they may have like a um, something resembling like alternating light bulbs. So let's look. Let me put this A plan and look how they represent the walls. Okay, so everything on in your architectural set is going to tell you either what something is or to do something. And so when you look at your symbols and your lines and all that stuff, you have to be able to determine, okay, what's this symbol mean as opposed to the square? When the square is tilted, what are we doing? Oh, it's going through this line. What does that line mean? Okay, so here we're representing, or we're showing a representation of all of the different walls. And these are wall tags. Okay, so it's important to look at your symbols list in your very beginning set of your plans. You're going to have symbols, okay, and your symbols are going to tell you how the plans represent different things. Okay, so we know that this symbol is representing a wall type. Okay, and then see wall type legend. Okay, then we'll have a wall type legend where we'll go to and we'll look at each one of those. Okay, well, my B walls are metal studs. That is the type of metal stud. And then we have, whatever, B1, B2, A. Okay. And so, like I said, if it has insulation, you'll have the alternating, look like light bulbs representation of insulation. And it'll point right to everything. If you have interior walls, you're going to have drywall on both sides. So, make note of that. Some of the walls, have drywall on one side. And so, yeah, everything in the set of plans is represented by a symbol. And it's important to, if you're new to it, you first look at the general symbols. Over time, you'll figure it out. Very quickly, you'll figure it out. Okay. And so this is a lot of new doors. Okay. So again, Everything on a set of plans, regardless of the set, is either telling you two things: what something is, or telling you to do something. The what something is, in this case, are these telling us this is wall E. To do something are the squares, and so they're numbered. And so every plan, we got to tell the contractor what to do, and that's how they tell them what to do. Okay, so contractor has to know, if I'm a framer, I'm using this set of plans to determine how many linear feet of that wall I have, but then I have to go somewhere else to determine the height of the wall. Okay, all of these symbols mean something. Okay, this is an interior elevation marker, meaning if I look at picture image number 1 on this page, it'll tell me all the finishes in the direction that that arrow is pointing. And so if I'm the finish contractor, I'm going to look at one over that, and it'll tell me all the finishes of if I'm standing up in the room in this Ulta, it's going to tell me or show me exactly what I'm looking at. Okay, so different types of interior elevation markers and where they're located. This one is the same thing, but it looks like it's specific to only the door opening, because where it's pointing to, and that's how we represent doors. Okay, this is a double door. It looks like wings. Okay, so this is a double door, and all of the doors have individual numbers, just like all the walls have individual, however they want to represent them. All the doors and windows have individual marks, and that's how we represent it. All the symbols are important. This is a detail call out. So this is telling me that whatever's in that circle, I'm going to go to that picture on that page, and it's going to tell me what I should do. And similar means I'm going to do the same thing on the other side. Okay, the same thing that I'm doing over here, because it's similar, I'm going to do it over there. Okay. And then these are broken out a little different. The similar part most probably is associated with the things that are the same. Like these circles are the same. Okay, that's the same, that's the same. But see, what it's doing is calling out similar. If it's on, see, and this gets crazy. Okay, because this is a call out for the whole, for what this is connected to, and it looks like this right here is only connected to this. And so in terms of construction, 5 over A 2.0 is only talking about this, where we have other 4 over A 2.0 that's pointing to this, and then we have, oh, it's saying similar, so it's the same one. So whatever we're doing right here, we're doing right here. Okay, and 3 similar, because this looks like that. Whatever we're doing here, we're doing there. And here, similar. The same thing here. We're doing same thing here that we're doing there. And then this one is a totally different call out. So this can get a little confusing. But what you're supposed to do, because we know what similar means, whatever we're doing in one spot, we're doing in the other spot. Let me see. This says similar. So yeah. Okay. So I see what it means by similar, because this doesn't have anything on it. So, but it's a similar piece of construction. It looks like that one. So whatever I'm doing here, I'm doing there. And whatever I'm doing here, I should be doing on the other end that looks the same, which it is 4 over 2.0, which is this one. And I'm doing the same thing. It's crazy. But that's what all that means. Okay? And so you got to know what your symbols and your signs and your whatever, what that means. All right, so let's move that back. So we saw the walls and the doors. Where are the doors? We saw the walls, the doors. And this doesn't have any windows. Let's go back. Let me bring it back. So door, door. Sadly, what is this? It's inside a mall or whatever. So it doesn't have windows, but it has the vestibule and probably storefront. But when we do another project, we'll show a window, and a window basically looks just like this, where it's not solid, representing a wall, and it looks like a frame, something like this, kind of just like that, because this is probably all glass. And so, yeah, a window is represented this way, where it's clear, but there's a frame. And then it also has a number. So it's window A, window B, window whatever. Okay, so walls solid, you know, or not. And see, these right here, they're not telling us anything about this. So we're excluding whatever that is because they're not telling us anything about it. So I'm assuming it's not part of our construction. It's already there. It's something else. Okay, so your symbols and all of that is very important. All right, stairs. This doesn't have stairs, but a set of parallel lines with arrows indicating upward and downward direction. Right. Okay, that's pretty much what that looks like. And columns. We have some columns on this one. We have actually, so the column is typical. That's another phrase that's important, meaning wherever I see this type of symbol, which is here and I think and here. So there's three columns. Okay, those represent columns. So typical is telling me whatever construction I'm doing to this one, which is going to show me in detail 1 over A 2.0, I'm going to do to all of the ones that look like that. So to each one of those columns. It's probably just a column wrap of drywall up to 6 inches above the ceiling or something. Okay, so, and in terms of a takeoff, you just do the measurement for this once and times it by 3. And then you would know your material takeoff for your column. Okay, so important. And then the electrical outlets, let's go down to the MEPs. But that's a separate MEP class. Here's some in the HVAC. We'll go over that separately, but that's a separate class. And again, this is the architectural set, but it also includes all of the mechanical, electrical, and plumbing. And it's important to know all of those symbols too, because if you are the HVAC person, you probably are going to need to look at the reflective ceiling plan to see how, these are your supply grills in the ceiling. If there's a question about any error in any of the sets of plans, you should be able to look through it and determine if it makes sense. So yeah, the mechanical, electrical, and the plumbing all get their own sets of plans, and each of the symbols, each of everything we see here means something else. And again, those are separate classes. But this is the syllabus, pretty much the cheat sheet for the architectural set. So some of the abbreviations, AFF means above finished floor, so that's a linear. You'll say 11.11 2 inches AFF. That means above the finished floor. Okay, ceiling, column, ditto. I rarely see that. We see SIM, like I saw. But ditto is, whatever. Exterior, interior, opening, typical. We went over that, vertical. And then the scale's very important. Okay, common to most floors, most commercial plans, the common floor plans are 1/8. Okay, but as you get larger site plans or whatever, it could be 3/32 or 1/16, something like that. So, and reading dimensions from hash mark to hash mark. Let me bring that back out so you can see what we mean, because a lot of the plans have dimensions already on it. So if you don't have a takeoff software, you could possibly use the dimensions that are on the plan to help you. So for instance, this is wall E all the way across. Well, We learned from grammar school, we should have, that if we have two parallel lines and a parallel line are two lines that will never cross if they go stretch out into infinity, they will never cross. One of the lines being, ouch, one of the lines being the wall itself, and then the other line being the dimension that's going parallel to the wall. And so, if we know that they will never cross, which they won't if we have two parallel lines, one is the measurement, one's the wall. If we know the measurement of one, we can assume that's the length of the other. And it's between the hash marks, from hash mark to hash mark. This is a hash mark. And from hash mark to, in this case, the other hash mark is right here. The number in the middle tells us the actual length. So I know the actual length of this whole E-wall is 101 feet 4 inches. Okay, so that's how we read that. The width of this building from hash mark to hash mark is 49 feet 4 inches. So if you don't have a digitized software, dimensioned plans have the dimensions on it, and you can possibly use these to, if you don't have a digitized software, it'll get you close enough. Okay, and so let's see. That's pretty much the cheat sheet here. This is a starter to get you started. And if you have any questions, make sure you always email me at education@sfjohnsonconsulting.com. New classes every week, especially for the basics. And just reach out. Let me know if there's anything in particular you're struggling with. I'd be more than happy to make a video just for you. See you soon. In this video, I'm going to give you a quick overview of our outline for our A-Plans comprehension class. Okay, so we have 5 parts to this class. We can do it all in one sitting, but I would prefer to do it over 2 class periods. And so what we do is meet one week, and then we'll meet the same day the following week. And so basically by the end of this class, you will definitely understand what the A-plans are, the architectural set, including their purpose. Okay, you'll learn how to navigate and interpret key sections of the A-plans. You will be able to develop skills to get critical information for your takeoffs, no matter the trade. I show you what pages are needed for the individual trades as far as the takeoff. And by the end of the course, you will have a confidence level where you will feel you know what you're doing, and you also will have access to the study material for the remainder of the year, and you can watch it over and over and over again until you really get it. There is a comprehensive test in the end, and once you pass that test, I will give you a certification, our company certification that you've passed the class. The classes aren't easy, the quizzes are not easy, and I just want to make sure you have as full understanding as you can. All right, so there are 5 different modules, and module number 1 is an introduction to the class, defining the plans. What are the A-plans and how do they fit in the construction drawings? The role of the A-plans in estimating, project planning, and execution. And then we go over the components of the plans, the cover sheet, the floor plans, the elevation sections, details, and understanding the purpose of each and how one builds on the other. And then tools, scale scale rulers, that's old school stuff, digitized software, that kind of thing, what you use to do your takeoffs with, the tools that may be useful to even look at the plans. All right, so module 2, we're breaking down the floor plan. Okay, so the key elements, what's on a floor plan? Okay, what's on the reflective ceiling plan? What is the plan? What are the plans all about? The roof plan, the finishes, uh, uh, the finishes, or plans for new mill work, the furniture plan, those kind of things. Okay, so walls, doors, windows, dimensions, and symbols. How are they represented? What do they look like? Is it typical that they look like this on every set of plans? Okay, how to interpret the measurements, what are dimensioned drawings and how you can use that, how you can use the plans themselves to determine distances and lengths. You don't always necessarily, especially if you're a framer, the roofer, there are enough details as far as the measurements in the plans where you can have a you do a pretty good job in determining the lengths of what you need for your takeoff. And then we'll go over practices. For the floor plan, we need length and height. And so I'll show you how we look at that and the little key things you need for different aspects of the plan. If you have a ceiling, the reflective ceiling plan may have a wall coming down from the ceiling. Well, what do we look at and how do we determine the square footage of that wall? Okay, so we go over that kind of stuff. Module 3, understanding elevations and sections. As we get deeper and deeper into the plans, they get more detailed. Okay, and so we go from plan view to section view to detail view, and I show you how to go through all of that, how to identify heights of walls, the finishes, all the material notes, everything you need to understand that. Section views, why do we use the section view? Which trades need the section view? All of them do. And how's the section view for the roofer? Different from the section view for the painter, different from the section view for the framer, and so on and so on. And we'll have examples. Module 5, details. Details get you down to the detail. Okay, you don't go any lower than the details. And as a prior construction defect litigation adjuster, it was the details that caused the lawsuits. Okay, not looking at the details, not understanding what they mean, and not understanding how to incorporate that in the construction of a wall or the CMU wall or the exterior wall or something to where it causes a failure in the construction and then the contractor is sued. And so the details are very, very, very important. Okay, reading the notes, symbols. And one thing I don't have on here that we will go over are the specifications and how the specifications relate to the architectural set. What scopes of work in the architectural set, where do we find them in the specifications? And we'll go over that as well. And there's a whole separate specifications course in itself. Okay, especially if you're a GC and you handle more than one trade, you really need to know how to master the specifications, know what the numbers are, break your estimates down based on the specifications numbers, because a lot of times GCs ask you for that. All right, and last but not least, module number 5, applying the A plans to estimating and takeoffs. And so if you're a GC, we're going to go through very quickly on each of the trades where what sheet you need to look at and why you need to look at that sheet. If you're a framer or a single trade, much easier. So really this part is tailored towards the trade that's taken the class. All right, so that is the 5-module basic understanding of the A plans. You should never have a problem after you take this class. Intro to the plans, uh, breaking down each of the sheets, because yeah, we have plans, we have floor plans, we have roof plans, we have reflective ceiling plan. We have a lot of different plans, how this relates to the full construction set and all the details, symbols, everything you ever need. All right, so this is Stacy, SF Johnson Consulting and Construction Services. Make sure you reach out at any time at education at SF Johnson Consulting. Make sure to like, join, subscribe. On the weekends, we show Construction Queen TV on our homepage, sfjohnsonconsulting.com. Some videos that we have there for you is 24/7, but if you sign up for any of our memberships or take a class, all of the updated, new, fresh video is there for you 24/7. All right, thanks a lot, and I will see you in the next class. The responsibility schedule. That's very important, and that's something you need to look for when you are looking at the plans for the very first time, because the responsibility schedule tells you all of the scopes of work, what you will have to in terms of material, what you'll have to supply, and what you don't have to supply. Okay, and so this is for, and for the shorts, I got to get it a certain in a certain way, but yeah, responsibility schedule is key, especially if you're an electrician or another trade that is required to provide very expensive material. The responsibility schedule tell you if you have to supply the material or if the owner is supplying it. And so when you review a set of plans, make sure you look for the responsibility schedule. It'll tell you who's supplying and who's installing everything in the project. And if you are a contractor where, you have a difficulty with your cash flow, I would only look for projects where the owner supplies the material just to get started. But the way you know that is by looking at the responsibility schedule. Make sure you take a class with me. I have all of the basic classes from A, C, S, and all the MEPs starting next week. They're $2.99 per class, and I think you would learn a lot. Today's my birthday, December 16th. I am 66 years old, and I have a lot to teach you in the remaining however many years God gives me. Happy birthday to me, and this information is for you. When you take my project management course for HVAC contractors, you can guarantee yourself of five things. You will be assisted in planning and executing an HVAC project effectively. I will assist you in optimizing your resources to maximize your profitability. I'll teach you how to, let's say, enhance your communications and to collaborate with your clients and GCs more effectively. And most of all, as you know, I'm going to assist you in mastering the job of job costing, knowing exactly what your man hours should be. And, that will assist you in delivering your projects on time and on budget. I'm not cheap. It's a year of study, but think about it. Like, join, subscribe, and meet me at sfjohnsonconsulting.com. Become that pro in 2025. Hey, this is Stacy with SF Johnson Consulting and Construction Services. And if you are a contractor, licensed, of course, and insured, and have the ability to work in South Lake Tahoe, we are building or bidding on an Ulta store, and we would love to work with you. All material costs are covered. You don't have to worry about any of that. And you would join our Minority Contractors Alliance. You can sign up today at S as in Sam, F as in Frank, Johnson Consulting.com. And I look forward to working with any of you and all of you all across the United States of America. See you soon. Hey everybody, this is Stacy with SF Johnson Consulting and Construction Services. And in this short video, we just want to go over the different types of certifications that you can obtain to help you grow your business, help you be more visible, access government contracts, and increase again your visibility in the construction industry. This has worked tremendously well for my clients, African American clients in different states. They stay busy. Okay, so again, they stay busy because they have these certifications. So let's start with the federal certifications. First one we'll talk about is the SBA Business Development Program. It's a 2-year program, and it helps socially, economically disadvantaged businesses. And if you live in America, you know who that is. Okay, so we don't have to play games with it or joke about it, or you know who it is. Okay, so With the SBA program, it provides access to government contracts. This program gives you mentoring services and also helps you in training. And again, it is a 2-year program, but it helps those that really get into it and take advantage. All right, the second of our federal certifications, and one I like the most, is a hub zone certification. So basically, this certification is based on where your physical location of your office or home office is. Hub stands for, let's get rid of that real quick. Hub stands for historically underutilized business zones. So, typically those are in low income communities, I'll just put it, poverty, where the poverty level is high. Okay, so if your home office is in, you know what? I can't say that because my home is in a hub zone and it's not a ghetto and it's not, I don't live around poor people. So let me just take that back. Historically underutilized business zones, okay, where it's zoned for business, right? I can have a restaurant in my driveway where it's zoned for business, but it has not been used for that. And so with this certification, it offers set aside contracts and pricing preference and bidding. So yeah, you basically set aside means you don't have to bid. They give you the work. Okay. So be thinking about that. Look it up. Look to basically you put in your address and the system will show you if you are in a hub zone. Right. Another federal certification, small business, well, small disadvantaged business certification, SDB. And it focuses on small business, again, owned by socially and economically disadvantaged individuals. Okay, and it gives you all of the benefits of being chosen first when it comes to bidding on these projects. Okay, now, let's go over the state and local certifications, and most states do offer these for minority businesses. Okay, so it doesn't make a difference what state you're in. There is some form of this certification in your state. So the first is the DBE, the Disadvantaged Business Enterprise. Okay, that is a federal program administered at the state level, often required for transportation related projects funded by the Department of Transportation. So, the Department of Transportation, what do? They build roads, they dig in the dirt, they do all of that. And so, if that's part of your business model, then, even if it's not, this is good to have. All right, next is the Minority Business Enterprise, available through state or local government agencies. And this also provides access to set aside contracts. And I've been in business now. This is going into my 16th year. I have two, a concrete and a framing and a developer. They stay busy because they have these certifications. And a lot of times, government money requires, if you're going to have government money for any project, it requires that you use these DBEs and MBEs. So it's a no-brainer, guys, that you do this for yourself. All right, now let's talk about some private sector and national organization certifications. Okay, so these are ones you probably haven't heard of before, but these are just as popular and beneficial as all the others. Okay, so the first one is the National Minority Supplier Development Council. Okay, certification, recognized by major corporations. So if they're looking for minority participation, if you have this certification, they're going to be looking for you. Okay, and it provides access to supplier diversity programs. No brainers, people. Next is the Women's Business Enterprise National Council, and this is for minority women contractors. Okay, dual certification as the MBE and the WBE is possible. So yeah, you can have all the certifications. It really does not matter. If you fill out the paperwork, and the majority of these are free. Okay, almost all of them are free. Minority owned business certification. Okay, offered by various chambers of commerce or industry specific organizations. Now, if you need any direction on Where do I go? How do I do it? Make sure you email me at info@sfjohnsonconsulting.com or education@sfjohnsonconsulting.com. All right. So, industry specific certifications tailored to specific industries such as construction, technology, or professional services. Examples include contractor pre-qualification programs. Okay, and that's specific to local agencies, and trade specific minority certifications through unions and industry groups. Okay, and here are some additional certifications if they do apply to you. Veteran owned certification. Okay, service disabled veteran owned, and veteran owned small business if the minority contractor is also a veteran. So they have service disabled, you were disabled in service, and then just a veteran owned small business. Okay. LGBTQ plus certifications, and that's a national LGBTQ Chamber of Commerce certification. Hey, get it if it applies. See, environmental and sustainability certifications. All right, so this only applies to you if you are the LEED, okay? If applicable to a contractor's work, certifications like, and that's what you would get, like electricians would get that certification, okay? May also boost competitiveness, okay? Certifications from major corporations, and this is the last. Some large companies offer their own certification programs for minority suppliers, contractors, and others to join their diversity supplier network. So that is at least 6 opportunities with multiples in each of the 6, okay, to obtain this certification that will help you become more visible. You'll be able to get uh, have to compete less. Okay, and that, I mean, everybody yeah, everybody wants to hook up. Well, this is a hookup that you are given by virtue of your birth, being a minority. Okay, being a low on the totem pole individual here in America. Okay, and so steps to obtain. What we always want to do is verify your eligibility. Okay, if you're trying to be a woman owned company, but your husband does everything and has all of the working knowledge of the business, then you can't become a woman owned company because that assumes you are the person doing the work, the self performer, the one in charge of the bank account, the one in charge of the license, the one in charge of the day to day operations. Okay. And so you have to make sure because they are they're backtracking, okay, and they're suing people and prosecuting people that have claimed this, gotten the certification, but in fact don't qualify. So let's not play. Just do it the right way. Do it the right way in life because it's the right thing to do. Okay, so you got to verify that you are eligible for each of these. Okay, so ownership, size of your company, and most importantly, financial qualifications. Okay, so they'll give you each of the certifications, and we have them, I have them. We'll give you a list of to do things. Okay, so what you have to do, verify you're eligible, prepare the list, submit the application, and in some cases, they will come visit your work site, come visit your office. Okay, and again, let me close by saying these certifications can significantly enhance opportunities by connecting you with bigger projects, things that you've never had an opportunity to work through. You get a couple of breaks, you'll get some set asides, and it'll just help you build your business so you can go ahead and help others like this has helped you. All right. So if this is something you like, make sure you like, join, subscribe, because if you're looking for this information, you liking, you joining, and you subscribing helps other people to find me as well. Any questions related to this, please email me at education@sfjohnsonconsulting.com. Talk to you soon. Hey guys, this is Stacy with SF Johnson Consulting and Construction Services. And I know that a lot of you work on renovations. And there are a lot of things about a renovation that you need to add. And I'm really adamant on making sure you get the labor and man hours that you're actually working. And so in this video, I want to go over or just discuss some of the things that I've jotted down here that I will be reading from, um, to give you some clues on what you should think about when you are performing a renovation. Renovations, of course, are we're uh, working on an existing building. We're pulling out some stuff, kitchens, bathroom, whatever, and you always have to be more careful when you are renovating someone's business or home as opposed to new construction from the ground up. You don't have to worry about as much because there's a process where it should make things or the construction easy. We work from the shell outward, and then we don't have to worry about damaging existing drywall, flooring, whatever. And so these are some of the things you want to think about. Maybe you want to jot these down. And if you are any part of any of our member spaces, which is a monthly service I provide where I give you tips, in depth tips about your trade, study videos for you to keep. And if you are a YouTube subscriber, when you go to our website, sfjohnsonconsulting.com, go to member spaces and use YouTube 24, and you'll get what is normally $9.99 a month. You'll get half off for an entire year, and I think it would be well worth it. There I upload man-hour calculators, videos, study videos, and anything in particular that you want to study that you need assistance with. Okay, so again, if this is something you want to do, I know since COVID, tons of new contractors have gone out there on their own, and it's just, you know, GCs know a new contractor when they see one, and they know how to play one when they know one. And so I try to avoid all that. I started as a construction defect litigation adjuster and helping contractors, and it just evolved into this business that I've been now for 15 years. Okay, so renovations, different than new construction. And so these are some of the things you want to think about. So we're talking about your labor productivity, meaning your man hour totals and adding and subtracting. I'm sorry. People are silly. Adding and subtracting from that. And so some of the things you want to think about. So these conditions differ from new construction in many ways, but a few of the most common conditions are these. So you may, number one, you may have difficulty matching the existing work. Depending on the year of the building or the home or whatever, it may no longer exist as it is. And so think about that and what would be required for you to match it. So you may have to spend more time searching for materials that do match. You may have to create something on your own that matches. Okay. And so you want to think about that when you are discussing the project with the homeowner. And this is pretty much for homeowner kind situations. You want to discuss that. Say, hey, if we have difficulty matching what you have existing, it'll be an additional cost. Or let's just start fresh. How's that? That's always a good thing. Better for you, and really better for them, right? It leaves consistency. So that's number one. Okay, number two is access problems. Even in my home here, my son had to run some stuff, access problems. A vent pipe, bought a flipped home. If you buy a flipped home, just know you're going to have to work on it. So either get everything fixed, get an inspector that actually inspects, okay, and doesn't take your $450 and they don't inspect. They just, oh yeah, we turned on the air conditioner and cold air came out. Okay, so you're going to have to do stuff. And so I say that to say access problems. The plumber couldn't get to
the pipe where the flipper flipped and there was nowhere to get. So we had to cut into the wall. Okay. And so, yeah, access problems, additional time, additional labor, additional material in most cases to put everything back the way it was. Now I have a plumber that needs to put in drywall. Okay, that those things typically don't go together. Okay, so that's a different trade or a really good plumber. All right, so access problems, number two. Number three, materials that must be carefully shaped and attached than is typical in new construction. So again, if you've got an old home, vintage home, vintage this, that, you got to do some special stuff to make it look like Cheesecake Factory. Well, additional time and material. Okay, number three, materials that must be carefully designed and placed to basically match the existing. Number four, you'll find this in a lot of older homes, out of plumb or not square wall structures, whatever. And so you have to take care of that. How do you want to take care of that? Okay, that's number four. Number five, reinforcing. That's important. So if you got to cut into the exterior wall because they want French doors, two sets that are 16 feet wide. So both sets of wheelchairs can fit through them. Well, you got to reinforce that exterior wall, right? So the whole building doesn't fall down. And so, under those circumstances, make the homeowner get a real architect, okay, and a real structural engineer. So when the house does fall down, they don't blame you because, you got a couple 2x4s to hold it up and it's a 2-story building. Don't do it. Okay. So reinforcing, that's real important depending on the scope of work. Okay. And especially new GCs, if you're out there cutting into the roof or the exterior walls, okay, or any interior structural wall, it must be reinforced before you cut into it, change it, whatever you think, whatever the homeowner wants to do. And so that's why it's real important to get permits and it's very important to get architects and real plans because soon as everything starts falling, they're going to sue you. Okay, so that's a big one. Number five, reinforcement. This is a big one I had a few years ago. Number six, more trips, going trips back and forth to Home Depot or wherever, the granite store. Okay, so more trips and effort are required to find material in the case of a renovation. Okay, and so charge them for that time or put in the contract. And of course, contracts. Don't do any of this without a contract. Okay, and that's number six, time looking for material. Or the owner wants to get all the material, right? And half of it is wrong. And so make sure you have a provision for that too. Okay, so seven, much more time and travel required because most jobs will have a relatively small amount of work. So yeah, renovate. That's why a lot of, even on commercial jobs, when it's just little stuff here and there, uh, the time required to get around for a small job, depending on the state you're in too. Okay, so time when it's a small, and remember, renovations could be anything, but you may be required to go a long distance to do it. And one thing to always know, whether it's residential or commercial, for most, like, let's start with commercial. For most jobs, if there's a invitation to bid and they send it to you and you respond to it, okay, 9 times out of 10, it's not in your neighborhood. And so you are, it's understood that, they're not paying for a hotel and per diem and all of that. Okay. So don't just because you had a job last year and now you're a GC, you think you should get that. You think you should get per diem and travel and hotel, and you don't get that. They don't offer that, but they in some circumstances, and that's why I'm trying to differentiate the circumstance from which, yeah, you can ask for that. If a GC asks you in particular to do a job, and the GC knows that you're in Houston, but the job is in Dallas, right? They're far away, or California. They know you're in Sacramento, but the job is in LA and they want you to do it. Well, then, yeah, you should ask them for room, board, per diem for your crew. And, it'd be like a Motel 6 kind of situation, okay? Or a nice place where you can eat breakfast, okay? So, yeah, you can do that under those circumstances. So that's one of those, I got to go a long way to do nothing. Well, if they agree for that, then yeah, you can charge them mileage. You can charge them all that stuff. Okay, so let's see. Anything else that's more important? Because if you are a member services fan, you have all of these in detail, including whatever questions you may have. So let me see. Where's my cursor? Here we go. And then, just like with any project, if there are unexpected things that happen or anything, just like it's a change order, but in terms of renovation, in most cases, if it's residential, it's more like time and material. And yeah, you got to give them a whole new estimate and the amount of time. And if you work with me, you definitely will be able to determine the amount of time it's going to take you to do any scope of work. Okay. And that is very important. That separates the men from the boys in construction. If you know how long your job is going to take, and I mean, you're not guessing, you actually know, and it's on paper, and you can point out the rough end work is going to take this long, and the finished work is going to take this long. If you actually know how to do that, then you're separating yourself from the boys, and you are a professional, and that's what I teach. Okay, and so when it comes to renovations, I'm going to stop right here because we can't go past. Oh, that's 12 minutes, Lord. That's a little too long, but valuable information. So if you liked it, please let me know. Like, subscribe, join. If you have any question related to your scope of work, can't get an answer anywhere, email me at education@sfjohnsonconsulting.com. Thanks a lot, and I'll see you next time. Ask any question. There are no dumb questions, but there are plenty of dumb people in construction messing stuff up because they don't ask questions. See you soon. Hey everybody, this is Stacy with SF Johnson Consulting and Construction Services. And if you are a demo contractor, I invite you to join our demo member services where we meet Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday and have live classes where I show you all the tips that I talk about here on YouTube, and you follow me every week where we'll have new video for you to listen to with me live and to keep on your own. Again, please join me, and we begin on Monday. It is the demo member services at our website, sfjohnsonconsulting.com. Hey everybody, this is Stacy with SF Johnson Consulting and Construction Services, and I just want to give you a little reminder when it comes to your business. You should be focusing on 4 streams, and if you focus on these 4 streams, you'll never have a problem finding work again. Residential, commercial, government, and service contracts. If you want to know how to get into each of the 4, and I know many of you focus on residential, but you'll soon be out of business if you're only focusing on residential. So, residential, commercial, government, and service contracts. If you want to know more, reach out to me at education@sfjohnsonconsulting.com. Okay, so let's review a very confusing set of HVAC plans. And many times I've receive plans like these, thinking, and I do, and I'm still confused about these, thinking they are new construction, but they are existing construction, and there's no indication anywhere on here other than a few places that it specifically points to that is existing. Okay, so when we look through this set of plans, and keep in mind that for existing existing construction or existing work, the color is supposed to be gray, where new work is supposed to be black. Okay, and so that's kind of clear right here. And after tussling for quite some time, I'm just assuming that all of these, all of this whole sheet, except for the water lines, condensate water lines, this is probably water lines, are all existing. Even though we start to count supply grills, okay, and what gave me the clue is the next page, which is the way it is supposed to be. Okay, so if there is existing ductwork, in this case, existing ductwork, it should clearly state, so you don't have to go and call 10,000 people and say, is this new or is this existing? I'm so confused. Or you said, like I almost did, waste a lot of time measuring the previous page, and it's all just existing. It's nothing that we need to do. And so keep in mind that plans like this set of plans, like this sheet, I should say, is clear that it is new work because new work is depicted in the color black, and it's clearly marked on the sizes of everything. Okay, clearly marked. I clearly know this is flex. Okay, everything is clear except for like this right here where it's not so clear, so we have to do some guesswork, but we know it's new construction because it's clearly black, where this is gray, and it says existing, and it says existing all over the place where it is gray. So keep in mind, if you get a set of plans like that, and and then we have a third sheet that I didn't even look at, okay, because this is just demolition, and I'll have a short video. And demo, really, when you talk about demoing ductwork or pipe, what you need to always think about, it is the cost basically is based on how many linear feet you're going to demo and the size of the ductwork. So a 32 by 12 size ductwork is going to be more per man hour unit, meaning how much time it's going to take you to demo it per linear foot. It's going to be much more in man hour units as opposed to this being a 12 by 12 or this 53 by 20. If we were demoing it, it would take you way more man hours than the 32 by 12. So keep in mind, you should have a good cost book that shows you how, especially for demo, you're looking at how many man hours because of course with demo, we're not typically not talking about material cost. Okay, so that'll be the next part. All you got to do, measure how many linear feet, make sure you have a good cost book that shows you how to price it per man hour unit. But then back to the good plans, bad plans. Okay, so it should clearly say existing when it is, and the color black indicates that it is new construction. So if it is a remodel, excuse me, I can't talk today. If it is a remodel, just know if you have existing work and you have new work, there is some portion of the work where you're going to have to connect the existing to the new, probably, unless it's a totally new unit or whatever. So we'll look for that next. But yeah, there are symbols that show you that where the new is connected to existing. And then one more symbol to let me know that this had to be something that's already existing and nothing that I have to work on, even though we started measuring how many linear feet of this return duct work it is. This symbol right here, this symbol, the little like heartbeat sign that's standing up, that indicates that we have broken off, or we cut the picture off at these points, because whatever's over here is not needed for what you are looking at the time. Okay, so anytime you see that symbol, you know that somewhere here, somewhere, and if this was new construction, it should tell you where it's going, or it shouldn't even end like that if it's new construction. Okay, and two, just like this one, it tells you where to go for the continuation. Okay, and so just keep your eye out when GCs and others, you know, reach out to people that just, say, oh, I can do a set of plans because they have CAD. This is what you end up with, and it's not a lot of good detail, and there are tons of ways to make mistakes. But just, you'll figure it out. But that's watch my video on request for information, and I'll put the link in this video. These are the reasons why you request information. And what you would say in this case is, I have sheet level 2 plan, the HVAC plan, sheet M202. I would ask, if I'm the HVAC person, it appears that the only new construction are water lines. Is that correct? Yes or no? And if it's no, no, we have new HVAC work, is da da da, they have to point that out to me. Okay, so everything in this takeoff, we could just forget it, because this all looks like new construction. And last but not least, yes, the HVAC equipment requires plumbing equipment, but these are two separate divisions. Well, it's part of the mechanical portion of construction, but it's two separate scopes of work. And so what you should do for, the, for proper, the proper way to put this together to present it to a general contractor is to have your separate HVAC and your separate plumbing, basically, estimate, because the GCs may choose to have somebody totally different from you to do the plumbing portion of your HVAC, but have you do the HVAC. That's why I always recommend, when for electrical, when you have hotels and site work and big projects like that, that you break down your estimate. You give them a separate estimate for the site and a separate estimate for each of the rooms. That way, they may choose you for 100 of the rooms, and they have the choice to choose another electrician for another 100 of the rooms. And it's good to know what your price is. You just look more professional when you do it that way. So make sure your plumbing scope of work is not included in your HVAC estimate. It's a totally different estimate. And if you need help with that, make sure you reach out to me. This is Stacy. If you like this, make sure, and this is for my students as well, that you like, subscribe, join, take a class, and I will see you next time. Hey everybody, this is Stacy, and I want to give you a little information about the MET form, MET, and it stands for Material, Equipment, and Tools. And the MET form will show you both what's delivered to the job or the site, the material, the equipment, and tools, and the surplus that you should have back at the end of the project or at the end of the day. A MET form ensures that the estimator, the one that told you how much you needed at the site, the shop inventory manager, your project manager, the field supervisor, everybody's on the same page. You know the material that you have on hand. You know the material that you've dropped off, and everybody understands and stuff doesn't mysteriously come missing, and there is a chain of custody and responsibility. So if you're interested, please let me know. Talk to you soon. Hey everybody, this is Stacy again, and as you know, if you know me, it's a big issue of mine that you guys make sure you price your estimates correctly. And so in this presentation, which I'd like to call a podcast, and this is one for every trade, I have them individually going to again, we are beginning now individually for each trade. Well, we'll give you trade specific stuff, but when we talk about man hour uh, estimates, is and that's what I teach, right? Is how to produce your estimate and in terms of man hours. That way, it's so much easier to break it down and to pick it apart when you do it that way. And so these are some of the things we want to make sure you always include or think about when you're doing your man hour estimates. Okay, so it's all the productive labor that's normally associated, okay, with installing materials that are in your estimate, every part and piece of your estimate. Okay, now the estimates that I help you with or that we do and that you are presenting in most cases is under normal conditions. Unless you've had a site visit, and that's where you need to start thinking technically. When you go to look at these projects, if they give you a site visit, I would recommend going to it and looking for things that are outside the norm, right? Things where you'll have to get more labor to do or take more time to do, or it's intricate, or it's above the second story, it's third, fourth, fifth story stuff. Okay, and so those are the things you need to be thinking about. Okay, and so the ones that you produce are pretty much under normal conditions. Okay, with reasonable plans and managed in a good way to help you maintain the productivity that you assume you're going to maintain when you discuss the project, when you sign the contract. Okay, so these are the things I want you to think about that should also always be included in your estimate. So these are things like even unloading. One, let's go over number one. Let me number them. Unloading, and you know what? I'm gonna mark this video because it may be a little longer. So we're gonna say at 2:30, we're gonna talk about the things that should be included in your estimates. Okay, so at point 2:30, 2 minutes and 30 seconds, pretty much. Okay, so these are the things. Number one, unloading and storing construction materials. That is a part of your productive labor. Okay, moving the tools and equipment around on and off site. That is a part of your productive labor. Okay, number two, working, and this is normal. Okay, this is normal conditions because I'm going to go over conditions that are not. So these are normal conditions. So number two, working no more than, okay, no more than 2 floors above or below ground level. Okay, so that's number two. Number three, working no more than 10 feet above an uncluttered floor. Okay, so you got to go above 10 feet and there's a bunch of stuff down there. I mean, that goes along really with OSHA standards too. Okay, so all that goes together. And really, when it comes to OSHA, per trade, and when I started my YouTube channel, I was surprised I didn't have one because of everything I knew. But I'm not the kind of you see, I rarely show my face, so I'm not a kind of this kind of person. But I know a lot of stuff that helps a lot of people, and that's cool. And I like that. And I'm getting older, so I want to make sure. Well, I'll be 60 in December, getting older. I want to make sure I leave stuff for you guys to pass along. And to women, if you're a woman and you're interested in getting into construction, email me at education@sfjohnsonconsulting.com. Trust me, construction needs a woman in every aspect, whether we're outside, inside, and in an appropriate way. Okay? And so if you're interested, if you're a woman, and I see I do have ladies that listen, email me. I will give you free construction education based on what you already do. Or if you're interested in getting into any aspect of it, trust me, any aspect of it's going to pay you. And so I'd be happy to discuss that with you. Unfortunately, my training isn't free for the advanced stuff like project management. That's pretty much it. But all of the basics and giving you clues on how to maneuver into estimating, because if you've never done this before, you're not going to just want to probably jump into being an estimator. Okay, so you'll probably want to learn, in which I'd like to have more women learn about the administrative roles and to become really strong in those areas, and then go out. And that's kind of what I've done myself. I mean, administratively, I know I can read a set of plans, any set backwards and forwards, but now it's like, can I actually go out and set up a column? Let's go see. So I have tons of backyard to test on, and that's what I'm going to start doing. It's like I keep saying that, but I'm going through some things. I'm building up some stuff at the house that I live in before I start. But yeah, I'm going to make me a nice, at least attempt to. I'm going to set one column. If you could set one, and I've watched a lot of people I paid for here do it, and I'm like, all right, I could do that. It's all about digging the hole. Okay, can I dig the hole? What I'm going to dig the hole with? Because everything else you can get at Home Depot, right? So, but I say that to say, you are good at what you do, but you've got to be able to know the office stuff. And I think women are more trained for that because we just think differently and we're more organized. And statistics say that. That's not just Stacy saying it. Anytime there's a woman involved in any project, she if there's not a whole bunch of egos involved, she usually takes the lead because she's more calm about it and she's organized. Think about it. Women run households. Okay, most I know, including myself, for as old as my kids were before they left the house at 20 somethings. We've been running stuff since day one. So it's kind of logical that we would be able to run an office, especially construction. That's like having a family, really. We could do it. And so if you are interested at all, please let me know. And I went off track. So, as always, no more than 10 feet above a cluttered floor. Okay, because if so, then we have extra costs that, safety for one thing. Okay, and you have to get up and down, right? You have to get up and down, and you have to secure the I mean, it's the safety issue when we talk about cluttered floors and stuff like that. Because if we have to move our equipment and there's stuff there, that's extra labor to go around it, to go above it, to not fall on top of it. You see? So you got to think about that stuff because nowadays, I've heard some of the dumbest reasons why some subs don't get paid for the extra time they spend. I mean, just some of the dumbest reasons. And so when you start off in a way that you understand what you should be getting paid for, then you don't have to trip about people that want to just treat you like it's 1864. Okay? No, we don't do that. All right, so one was unloading and storing construction material. Two was working no more than 2 floors above. That's normal. Two, you give them first and second floor. That's normal. 3, no more than 10 feet above. And just remember 2 and 10 above an uncluttered floor. And that was 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, normal time lost due to work breaks. Okay. And so work breaks. Let's define work breaks. Work stoppage, is that a work break? I don't know. And that's where something you need to make sure you have specifically in a contract. What happens when somebody else causes me not to be on time with what I need to do? Okay. And, don't be so afraid to ask that question. Oh, I got to work. If you're only going to be treated as well as you let them know what you expect. You're only going to be treated as well as you expect to be treated. And so if you let them bull crap you about this thing or that thing or something else, then you set up a precedent not only for them to do it to other people, which it comes around full circle to you the next time, or it just makes for so much greed out there because it's just greed not to pay people what they should be getting paid. It just is. And that's never good for anybody. Not for the quality of your work, okay? Not for your work attitude. You go to work knowing you're going to get ripped off, but you got to finish because you have a contract. How do you go to work like that? Okay, so it's more about doing things the right way because it's the right thing to do, other than just making money. Because there's a million ways. That's why people kill themselves to get to America. There are a million ways to make money in this country. Beating yourself out of your own money for somebody else's benefit should not be one of them. All right, I'm talking like I talk to my sons. Okay, they know. Especially the electrical tech. He knows he's not a slave. He may be brown, but he's sure not a slave. He knows his worth, and that he's skinny, and that he can get up in stuff. He knows that's worth something. So yeah, you should know it too. All right. So we got the time loss. So we'll have a second video talking about correction factors. Okay. And so, because I don't want this to go too long, because I keep drifting off. All right. Correction factors are just, if it's not normal, then what percentage of labor do I add or subtract if it's easier than normal? We give them a break too. Everything's not one time something, 1.5 or whatever. It's not always that. Sometimes they get a break because it is easier than normal. Okay, so correction factors will be on the next video. But now let's just keep talking about different stuff that's normal. Okay, so normal, you're supposed to add that. Normal breaks, just like at your job, right? I guess maybe they make you, if you have a job, they make you work a little extra for your lunch or whatever, but because they can. But normal breaks, whatever it caused you to take a break, hey, that's part of the production cost. All right. And see, it says time lost due to breaks. So time lost isn't lunch. You know what I'm saying? So that's not time lost. That's to be expected. So I'm almost thinking, make sure in your contract there's a provision for that thing, because it's going to come up. Okay, because the GC hires people. You don't hire the other people you have to depend on to do the work. And as a matter of fact, just a story that one of my students told me, an electrician, say that some of the folks in there, some of the folks he worked with may not necessarily like him very well. And so they'll go and snip the electrical guy's conduit wire or whatever, so something don't work after the drywall's put in. That's just some dirty stuff. And, I'm 60. You reap what you sow. You really do. And so let's try to build an atmosphere on these construction sites, because the people that work on them are from all over the place, to where stuff like that doesn't happen, because that's ridiculous and stupid. All right, so normal time, because that's not normal. Okay, that dude's got to go back and fix that stuff probably for free. And then he can figure it out because he's intelligent, right? He knows where the breakage is. And then he can see that somebody just cut it. So that's really, and they can probably figure out it was either you or you, because you and you came after me. So, that's stupid. On top of you can get caught. On top of maybe the GC won't ask you to come back no more, because you've really wasted a lot of the project's time with something that's insane and stupid. So if we're going to be kids, then go out and work at Walmart or something. But adults, no matter who they have to work with, know how to do it with a professional attitude and work ethic. All right, here we go. Normal time. Back to that one. Okay, moving tools and equipment from a storage area, because, if it's new construction, they've got the storage area over there. This is the only place we got, Yeah, add those times up. That's why every day you should have a daily log of activities that go on and how long it takes. And if you are a sub on a project, at the end of that day, it would be very wise for you to have somebody initial that. And if they don't have time for that, just make it available, just print it out for them and email it to them. That's what we did today. Could you please confirm and take pictures, whatever, because, hey, people are greedy. And a lot of these construction dudes have terrible money management skills. So, subs too. Okay. So do all of that because that's important. Okay. Moving equipment to and from the storage area. Okay. Normal. Now, if it's more than 200 feet, then we add to that. Okay. So keep that in mind. More than 200 feet. That's excessive, but we talk about that next time. Okay, returning tools and equipment to the storage. So moving them around, returning them at the end of the day, all of that is part of your regular production. Okay, so that should be a line item in your estimate. Okay, planning and discussing the project. Planning and discussing what should be done. Tool talks, that kind of safety talks, all that stuff is really part of if you're a good construction firm, because somebody could technically die in any construction firm, any construction site, somebody could not go home at the end of the day because of the work that's done. So yeah, that should be regular part of your production time and something that should go on every day, and you shouldn't let anybody rush you to where it does not go on every day, and it should be documented. Okay, that's why you need women in construction. Okay, because everybody's on the other end so worried about hurrying up making the money or whatever. It's all money related. Let's focus more on doing a good job for the owner, making a stellar project that doesn't crack, leak, fall down in the future, and everybody get paid what they're worth. That would be a wonderful place to land these days. All right. So, yeah, every day you should be planning and discussing the project and the work that should be performed for that day. It should be documented. At the end of the day, you should have done it. And if you didn't do it, that should be documented too. Okay. And that's why I encourage you, if you haven't already signed up with me, to sign up for the workshop where I show you how to do your, document management. Get a scanner. HP has them for cheap now, the way you can have it in your office. Scan it at the end of the day, file it, put it in the right file folder, shred the paper. If you already have Gmail, then you have a ton of storage already. You don't need anything else. Only the GCs really need all that because they got tons of projects they're probably looking at. Okay, but as a sub, and rotate those projects in and rotate them out as far as storage. Okay, take the workshop, it would help you very much so. Or hire a woman, okay, because she will tell you to do all of this. All right. Let's see what else. Normal handling, measuring, cutting, and fitting. Well, that's part of the project. Okay. And two, let me add to that. If something's not right, and all of a sudden, if you're working this, and it always happens when you have small GCs that are working multiple projects, and now they know there's something that's not right, so they make you go get the right thing when they're supposed to have the right thing. That stuff you charge them for too. Or if you got what they told you was the right thing and end up being the wrong thing, and then you have to go back, you charge them for that. You charge them for time and material. Every time something is different than what you've agreed upon, or if there's something that you discover that wasn't there that you have to correct before you can move on, that's time and material. So if you keep doing that often enough, and especially when they want all these changes all the time, especially in residential, they'll stop because it starts to cost too much. Okay? Because if you just do everything for free, guess what? It doesn't cost them too much. And so that's why you need to have a contract, especially if you work in residential and you primarily work residential. There's tons of resources for you to sign up for $150 a year, whatever. Well, you'll get a state specific contract where you can draw out the terms and the payment terms and all of that, and it knows what to put in there because that's what it does. Okay, especially with AI, they're probably even better. I'm talking about the one I had 15 years ago. Okay, now they're probably better. Don't do anything without a contract, or else you're not a real business owner. You're just somebody just trying to make some money real quick. Because in the end, the contract protects you. Come on. All right, so I got a couple more of these before we call it a day. So the normal handling, measuring, cutting, fitting, yeah, that's part of the project. Okay. Especially if it's some specialty thing, tile that they want up and down and around. Okay, don't cheap yourself out on your labor when it comes to that, because, or else have somebody else do it. Because, you know, good labor is expensive in some cases. And if they want cheap labor, then they don't want a really good job. Because nothing, I mean, really, who wants to go and buy something cheap and think it's going to last? Come on now. That's why I buy Nikes. And now I stopped buying them because of other stuff. But you buy a 200 pair of Nikes, for me personally, they last 20. I've had a pair of Nikes 20 years, still looking good. Okay? Yeah, because they're not cheap. As opposed to some Shacks. Remember when they sold? No, you probably don't. You weren't probably born. But yeah, you got them from Walmart, and they lasted about 30 days before they started to squeak. All right, so just let people know. Don't start, because a lot of people are out there right now because of COVID started their own businesses, and you know, and I understand that. And hey, I used to do electrical estimates for $70, huge ones. I was like, oh my God, what was wrong with me? Yeah, I didn't know my worth. Okay, I really didn't. Same with you. All right, if you're doing that, there's enough. I mean, man, if you're good at what you do and you have a license and all that, there's no reason to cheat yourself. So just know these are the things you should be charging for. And in the next video, okay, once I do it, I'll attach it to this one and vice versa. You'll know what extra to charge for. All right, so we got a couple more to go. Regular cleanup, that's second to last. And this is a big one, the very last one. So regular cleanup, okay, when you got to clean up. That's not free. Okay, and this last one I think is important. So I've given you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. The 10th one I think is important. So it says infrequent correction or repairs required because of faulty installation. Okay, so that was a good one because I didn't see that one coming. All right. So again, with the guy that's cutting the wire because he's hating on the electrician and then putting up the drywall, that's that. Okay. I have to charge you. So as the electrician, you go ahead and take pictures, send it to your insurance company. Maybe you can get, somehow, whatever. Because, I mean, I was a construction defect litigation adjuster. There's a lot of stuff in that. With somebody else. If you can figure out who cut the wire, that guy owes you for that, or lady. Okay, so that's how deep that can go. So don't play those kind of games. Because me personally, that's the way we would go. Okay, or I'd be saying, hey, so one of these guys after me, ABC Drywall, don't work with them because they cutting your stuff and then putting up their drywall. Yeah, so it goes both ways. So yeah, I gotta charge you for somebody else's faulty work that messed my stuff up. Yeah, I'm sorry, I have to charge you for that. So that's an important thing to make sure you have in a contract. Oh my Jesus. Sorry, I try to keep religion out, especially Jesus. Oh my God. Okay. But yeah, that's one you make sure for certain. It is in the contract. So this is Stacy. Please like, subscribe, join, go to the website, join there, get everything you need to be the professional God has, and the universe has created you to be. See you next time. Hey, everybody. Thank you for joining me again. This is Stacy with SF Johnson Consulting and Construction Services. And in 2024, 2025, and 2026, our job here is to help contractors that are new in the business or just kind of flying by the seat of their pants to have things that are more standardized, more technical, and kind of helps you do a better job in pricing your stuff and your work and your time. And so what we're looking at right here is the first in our series of estimating spreadsheets. And this is one for framers and for drywall professionals. This is what I call our ultimate estimating spreadsheet for wood framing. And this is for assembly pricing. Okay. And so we can price the job if we know how many square feet from our project. We put that in here, 1,000 square feet. And it's going to tell us based on, well, in this case, it's only going to give us our labor, okay, based on the cost book and our assembly pricing man-hour calculator information. And so what this is telling us, this first line, is that if we are installing floor joists 16 on center with our 19 and OSB 7/16 OSB subfloor, if we are using 2x6 joists, then our time is 40 hours and our based on a 42 base rate an hour. This is the labor. Now, as far as the material, you're going to go in there and put in what your material cost is. So what's the cost for your joist per square foot plus the cost of your insulation per square foot. So what you need is per square foot pricing for each one of these items. You put that in there and it'll give you, say for instance, it's $5.16 our assembly for all of those things per square foot. Well then, for 1,000 square feet, if I'm installing 2x6 joists, that's going to be my base rate. We haven't added overhead. We haven't added profit. We haven't added taxes. Okay? And so this sheet was created for you to do that, very easily. Because a lot of you guys, you do the same thing. It's the same thing, right? It's almost like McDonald's. It's the same thing. Okay, so the assembly is, now you got to trust this number, right? The man-hour unit number. And that's what we get from our cost book. I preach by the cost book. I worked 15 years using the cost book, and not a single one of my clients have ever said that the man hours that we decided they should charge has ever been wrong. Now, what that gives you is a base rate. Okay, that's what the construction industry says it should take you. We know some of you guys are out there doing it in half the time, and that's fine. Okay, but we're saying what it should take you. So if you want to reduce that to half of the man-hour unit or a quarter of it, you want to reduce it by whatever amount, you can go ahead and do that and be more competitive in your pricing, right? Because our job here is to give you technical things, give you tools in order to do that. Now, our next set in this set is to take the assembly price now and to break that down. What if I can charge, what would this job be if I come down $2 or go up $4? Or if my material is $7, if I go up a little bit on my overhead on my material. So the next spreadsheet that I'll have a video on, where you'll have this, but then you'll have 3 to 4 other scenarios where you can go ahead and fill in, okay, well, supplier A is giving it to me for a little less. So let me go ahead and run the numbers, right? Everybody wants to run. Well, what, what, what if I charge 15%? Well, I'm going to give you the chart that helps you run the original scenario plus 3 other scenarios that you want to run. Different labor rate, different labor base rate, different man hour unit, different pricing. Okay, so you'll be able to juggle those 3 items and see what your bottom line is, your final number for each of those scenarios. And then you can choose and say, well, I feel comfortable making this much. I'd love to make that much, but I want to be competitive. And then this way too, when you run your estimates like this and you don't win, the responsible contractor and the responsible GC should be able to communicate to each other and say, okay, I know I didn't win this one, but what was the winning number? Okay, they should always be willing to give you the winning number. If they don't, or if they never call you back, don't ever bid for them again, because it's just someone out there that's just trying to price shop. And you don't have time for that. You're trying to run a business, trying to feed your family. They can do that with people that don't respect their trade, don't respect their labor. They can do that with those people. Okay, but communication is key from the time you get the set of plans from the GC all the way to when you submit the bid the way that they ask you to. Because if you don't submit the bid the way that they ask you to, they're not going to pay attention to it. And you would have wasted a lot of time, effort, and money if you paid somebody to do your estimate. Okay, and so back to the spreadsheets. Here it gives you a very simple, detailed way. If you know your takeoff, see, this is assuming you know how to do your takeoff. Okay, if you know your takeoff to an accurate degree, you put it in here, and then you can play with the different scenarios on what you would feel comfortable making. Because yeah, this stuff is competitive, and you have to have the tools that you need in order to help yourself look at those scenarios. I've been asked that a couple times. What if this happens, or what if we price it this way? And two, with suppliers, don't just have one supplier. You just setting yourself up to pay too much all the time. Okay, everything in construction, especially since COVID, needs to be very detailed, very competitive, very precise, and communication is key. So if this is something you like, make sure you subscribe, like, join, and visit our website. We have study modules for all of the trades, increasingly getting every one of the trades over time. It's $9.99 a month. You have a lot of study material already there, as well as all of the videos that I talk about here are uploaded there for you. All right, have a good day, and I'll see you soon. Kitchen, there are going to be quite a few different types of outlets, so you want to really make it sure you point these out: the 50 amp, the 30 amp, the 15 amp, because that's very important. And that's why I tend to do the electrical plan, the power plan first, because of this kind of thing. And if you don't get on the harder stuff first in an electrical plan, it just wears you out, because it's so much different stuff. And then by the time you've counted everything, then you have to go back and do all the conduit runs, which it should be a day in itself. Okay, leave that all a day in itself, especially for something like this. This is why you want to kind of come up with a better way to think about doing your conduit runs, especially when you have units. So it doesn't make a difference if it's a hotel, if it's apartment complexes. When you have units that are exactly the same, you can always do one in good detail and then multiply that by however many type you have of that kind, because it's going to save you a lot of time. Now, when it comes to the power runs, as you can imagine in your mind, because a good estimator is supposed to imagine in their mind the outcome of this project. If you have different units, they're not all like right here. and all the same. The power feeders are not all the same distance from the main distribution panels. And so that would be the only thing that you'd have to go through and redo. Is like, okay, you have to do, and we'll go through it in this one in good detail. So that's why you have to get on Patreon. All the good detail. And it's so worth it, you know. So if you think you like this so far, make sure you like it. As for a couple of reasons. It helps other people like you know that I'm here, and it does help me to support all of the other things that avenues that we're trying to make people smart. So if you're good so far, and leave a comment, because we've done a lot of research on what people want to see as far as the estimating, and construction estimating is one of the topics. And I get a lot of electrical estimating, and so yeah, that's easy, right? But construction estimating can be anything, right? It can be framing, drywall, flooring, concrete, roofing, underground utilities, landscape, final cleaning. So help us out a little bit, and leave us a comment here on if it's other than electrical. Let us know, and we'd be happy to do a full series for you here and some on Patreon, so you can support other people and support the nonprofit that we have that helps kids learn this stuff for free. See, kids deserve free stuff. All right, so all of our symbols, make sure, and you'll have to, that you are noting the symbols for the communication systems, and rule of thumb, rule of thumb, rule of thumb. Always when you have fire components, any kind of ceiling mounted anything, cameras, speakers, any piece of equipment in the communication, data communication, telecommunications, and I always give it a 4-inch junction box and conduit to the ceiling, because typically that's what they need to for TV outlet. The outlet itself, the outlet is what the TV provider gives, but the electrician provides the box that goes into the wall and the conduit that goes to their main system. So it's up to us as the high voltage electrician to provide always the junction boxes for these symbols, and it's usually noted, but like on the fire plan, it's not going to show you a junction box. It'll just show you the fire components. So I always give them a junction box and 3/4-inch conduit to the ceiling, which I usually just give them 6 or 10 feet depending on the ceiling. Okay, and so you want to be familiar with all of your symbols. Okay, so this is the cover sheet, and this is everything that's in this. Remember, we're talking about a hotel, right? And so the usual layout for a hotel is general notes, what we're looking at right now, and then the site plan. So all of the outside power and poles, and who knows, nowadays they may have EV charging stations, that kind of stuff. So it really depends. So we're going to take a look at that. Oh, and then there's a pool. So we have the pool area, and when we talk about all of that, it's where's the main distribution for the hotel? Somewhere in the back of the hotel, I'm sure, probably enclosed in something. And so when you think about the pool area, it's going to have its own panel. But again, the main power is going to come from the main distribution panel, where all the power for all the rooms are going to come from that main block of distribution, wherever it is. And so the most challenging part, and we'll see when we get to the single line diagram, is to physically look at the plans and try to figure out, okay, where's the panel for the pool, where's the panel, main distribution panel that it draws off of, and just make sure you physically take that measurement, because power feeders are very expensive, and so you never want to be short. All right, so we have site plan, pool plan, and now we get into the first floor Power and signal, data, phone. That's what that is. And then we have 4 floors. Now, in terms of hotels, I've seen it a million times, but you really have to make sure before you take the shortcut. Usually, the first floor, and see, this is such a big hotel, they've broken up the first floor into separate parts. So, usually, the first floor is all administrative, right? There's never any rooms on a first floor of a hotel. Second floor, there may be some rooms, but it may be administrative. It all depends. But once you get to 3, 4, 5, they're usually cookie cutter floors where we have all the rooms, and the room types may be all in the same place. Floor may not be. And that'll be helpful if it is when we talk about the power feeders. If they're all, if 3 or 4 of the floors are exactly the same, then we can say one set of our power feeder runs times 3 because it's all the same, so we hope for that. I don't remember, so we're going to go in it together on this one. So yeah, I lost my train of thought. So power and signal, all of those. So yeah, if all of the rooms, I got it, are all the same, then we can do that multiplication. So first floor is usually its own, so you got to do that all by itself. Second floor, third floor may be the same, where we have all the rooms, and then in the center of the floor we have all of the power components, all of the panels for the rooms, and then we have the laundry and that kind of stuff, either back at one end or in that same area. So we're going to check this out. Lighting plan works the same way. And then that single line diagram is where we're going to really have to sit back and think and make sure we know the physical locations of all of the panels so we can accurately run all of the power feeders. So that's that. And so how do we approach? I always approach the power plans first, just to get them out of the way, because they're a pain. I never do the runs of any of the branch circuitry or the home runs until the very last thing, because that enables me to look over my work 3, 4 times, 2 or 3 times at least, to see if I've missed any counts. So that's good. So I would always start with the hardest stuff, get the electrical over with, and then once you do that, then the easy stuff is like, okay, let me go ahead and count all of the breakers in all of these panels that I'm going to need. And I would start building the estimate even before we're finished doing the takeoff, because you can do that depending if you do it that way. Very last thing are all of the wire runs, and then doing the multiplication for the wire, right? 2 number 8s, 1 number 10 times 300 feet, or 5,000 feet of number 12 and 3/4 inch conduit. So I always leave that for last, because I want my brain to be fresh after doing all this other stuff, and I give myself 3 days, no matter if it's this kind of estimate or any other electrical estimate. At least 3 days. 1 day for the takeoff, another day for checking the takeoff and getting it on the Excel spreadsheet, and then the last day for checking those wire runs, making sure they're accurate and getting them on the Excel spreadsheet. Okay, so those are the sheets we're going to be looking at, all of our symbols, everything. And what do we have next? Okay, so this is our site plan. You see how this is just crazy. Okay, a lot of bubbles. So a lot of things have changed. Okay, GFCI, waterproof, going to what? Panel, house 1, probably position 57. And chances are a lot of these on the perimeter probably are. Maybe not. 57, that one is 60. Okay, and then yeah, it's just a matter of, now let's look at some symbols and what the symbols are trying to tell us. So what did the bubbles tell us? They've changed some of the design from the original set of plans. And so instead of redoing the full set, they've given these revision clouds and given these mark number one, and on the note somewhere it should tell us, well, there's number two. Number two. Somewhere is number one. I don't know. They've hidden number one. They've only given me two number twos. Okay, it's somewhere. Okay, but we won't look for it right now because it should be here just like number two is. Okay, we'll figure it out. Okay, but we don't really care, right? We don't really care because we're just going to count that as a waterproof GFCI. We'll find the number one on some other page somewhere. Okay, so what we would do at this point, what are we looking at? That's all of our poles, our lights, the F17s, and then we have whatever 18 is. So let's look at our keynotes in their sheet notes. So of course on every page you're going to have general notes that you need to review and take notes. That's why the electrical set, it's not so much that it's hard to do an estimate, it's just time consuming, especially when it's something like this. And so, yeah, when we look at the pricing, we'll see, yeah, we have the various versions of the copper wire, so it's telling us which one to use. And so we'll go over the cost book and the differences. And we hope you'll join us on Patreon. The differences, and then what we mean with the differences of the copper. And, you know, it's good to know all the technical aspects of what you do. Okay, and so we'll go over that. Electrical contractor to supply owner with drawings of the as-built condition. Electrical contractor shall comply with all local, state, and county federal codes. All lighting circuits shall be the responsibility of the electrical contractor. If any discrepancies, okay, lighting fixtures, yeah, quantity shall be field verified prior to bid. I don't know what that means because they never let you do that. So bid verified or field verified prior to bid, they never let you do that. So unless they have a walkthrough bid, but this is from the ground up, so I don't know what that can mean. All right, and all the outlets, 30 amps or less, communication system no more than 48 inches, measured from the top. Okay, those are really notes for the installation for the electrician. What to do with firewalls, all junction boxes. It looks like fireproof. That's interesting. Okay, disconnection for all mechanical equipment. That's all standard stuff. Okay, so look at the plan. So we have all of the power poles that we have to count, and of course they don't show you the conduit. You just know that they're connected based on, or how they're connected based on the subscript on the panel that they're going to. So you just directly connect them. Usually number 10 wire, 3/4 inch PVC. Everything underground is going to be PVC. So what do you do when you're not really given a road to toe when it comes to how to run the wire? Well, you got to do it in a more logical way. So you just assume, I mean, unless you're extremely special, right? You're not going to go, ooh, you're not going to do that. You're going to go all the way across. And you have to assume in your mind that there's trenching. And I always like to think, okay, I'm going to look at and this is kind of a good way to think about it too. if you really want to get into it and think about the best way to run your conduit, because it's really based on our underground utility plan, right, from our civil set. How are they running? How are they running all of the other underground utilities? Because it would probably go within that same kind of pathway. And so I look at that first and say, okay, well, there's a lot of stuff on the exterior. I mean, you're not going to be off because you know they have to be connected. So, I mean, are they connected? I mean, that doesn't even make sense. I mean, we would run the wire here and then bring it down and connect it, and it's all about, okay, well, how was it trenched? So you want to kind of bring that into consideration too, or just do how you know discuss it with the electrician. This is how I ran the underground conduit, because it kind of makes sense. Because again, you're not trying to give 100%. It's this much. You're trying to give an accurate representation. So if you were to do it that way, you're always going to add 10%. So if you do it in a logical way, you're never going to be off enough to say, oh man, I was so short, or too much can happen. Right? Because you're going to naturally, these are going to flow together. You're not going to do each one separately. That's why they give you the subscripts and the panel number and the panel name and the subscript on the panel to let you know how they're run. So again, electrical estimating is an art and a science. So that's why it's kind of pretty tough, but you do enough of them, you'll get it. And you do the hard ones, the easy ones will be like, oh, that's easy, that'll take me an hour. Excuse me. All right, so what are we looking at? So this is the building, right? This is the building, and we can tell that all of our panels are pretty much located here inside the building, and so that gives us an idea. And then here's our pool area, and it's got a detail call out, right? It's got a call out, so it's calling me out to image number 1 on E1.2 to give me all of that pool construction. That it did that there, and it looks like it's doing it here, and we have a generator. And so always when something is from the ground up and you're the electrician, you definitely have to read the specifications, because you do have to provide temporary power, all that kind of stuff, and that's not on here. Okay, so you have to figure out how that is done, and the way you learn that is by reading the specifications. So a lot of contractors with excellent expertise are afraid to do projects like this because of stuff like that. They don't really know, how it looks so big. Well, it is, but it's no bigger than a couple of homes you'd have to put together. And because you don't know how to break it down. Oh, what are we doing? What did I do? I'm bringing all kind of stuff up. Because you don't know how to break it down. You think you can't do it. So that's not necessarily true. All right, so that is let's look at some of our symbols. We've made some changes on our lights, so that's what they're trying to tell you right here. Okay, and we're going to do the full takeoff, right? The full takeoff is going to be done on Patreon, and we'll put it all together. And the whole point, everybody can count, right? So you just need a counting tool. So the best thing, and one thing we've always used, and what's represented here, is Plan Swift. We don't really use it as an estimating tool itself, like the final estimate, which you could, because you can program Plan Swift, right? You can program all the material cost and your labor rate just the same way that I personally use Craftsman Cost Book. It's like we both took a little piece of Craftsman Cost Book's equation, the way they produce there, because they do the same thing. You can program pretty much all of these to do the same thing where Craftsman doesn't do the measurements for you, where PlanSwift does, and then you take information from Craftsman cost book, put it into PlanSwift, and you can shoot out your, because once you do all your estimates, it's on this kind of, is empty now because we haven't done any takeoffs, but it gives you a list of your takeoffs. And here on the right, see, if we're doing the electrical, we can program all of these fields. I mean, they give you a few. Electrical price per square foot, oh, that's easy. And that would shoot out an estimate for us, 3/4. So they have a few things that are already programmed in here, but you can add just about everything that we do the takeoff for. So I might do one of those because I've never done it. For me, PlanSwift is just a ruler, right? I just use it as a ruler because we do everything here, so it would probably make a lot of sense to do it just for now for teaching purposes, and I think we may do that for, this year and try to do something a little different as we use PlanSwift, because for me it's the easiest thing that I've found. Makes it, easy mouse. Hey, when you can tell really quick when your plans are not to scale, and easy. But for us, it's always just been a ruler. So a ruler is a ruler. All right. So this is our building, right? And so when we get into our building, we're going to get into the lighting plan. We're going to get into the power plan, but for each floor, see if they're different, and see if we can cheat a little bit. Okay, and so this is everything outside. See, once we come inside, right, this little squiggly right here says, well, there's more there's more to this, but we're going to stop it right here, because once we get inside the building in the electrical set for the building, then I was right, we do have electrical, the vehicle EV charging stations, 1 or 2, which is pretty much going to be the future, so we need a lot of those. All right, so underground, all of the power, we got some cameras, on the poles too. I know what that's what that is. A couple of things, so we'll do all those takeoffs, and main thing, we'll come back with the conduit and wire runs for that. Okay, so let's go on to the next page and start to break down each of the floors on the inside, and how we would logically need to be thinking about that before we do the takeoff. All right, so now let's get to some of the other floors, and we get all through the Title 24 stuff. All right, so power and signal for our first floor. See, this is crazy. So yeah, always look for your first floor power plan to be nuts. All right, let me just say that. Look for it to be nuts. And so how do you think about it when it's nuts? Well, of course, you're just going to do all your counts. Okay, so that's not going to change. You're going to look for all of your different types of, some are GFCI, some are not. Now, what you're going to look for too, if there is a kitchen, like here we go. Okay, so this is the equipment, and I'm not so much thinking, I'm thinking kitchen equipment, because those outlets are different, and so you want to be looking out for those, because depending on how they format the plans, the kitchen outlets are, some weird NEMA numbers, NEMA whatever, but some weird NEMA, I can't even think, there's so many different kinds, but they may not give you that specific NEMA whatever on in the photo, in the physical, in the picture version, but they'll tell you what piece of equipment it is connected to. And so that becomes very difficult, because as an estimator, you have to make sure you're counting, especially with electrical power, right? You want to make sure you're counting just the general purpose outlets. You have the accurate count on that, as opposed to GFCI ones that are waterproof and all the way down the line, and especially the NEMA 30, the NEMA 5s, whatever. You want to be accurate. And so when you have a kitchen, just be aware of your kitchen schedule and try to correlate that schedule with the outlets you see in the kitchen, and don't double up on your counts because you can very easily. I have one like that. Here's some other recordings we made to clear that up. But yes, that does happen. So this is all of our, yeah, so this is kitchen equipment too. Okay. And it gives you, okay, the wire sizes. That's good. NEMA receptacle. But, okay, by owner NEMA, but what kind? Okay. See, this is very helpful. So you can run your your wire. As we know, for electrical, most things are 12, right? But not everything. And so here we have a number 3 and a number 8 for our iron mite. Oh, no. For the Insta hot water heater. Okay, that's 1 1/4 inch conduit, number 8, number 3. Two number 3s, one number 8, and 1 1/4 inch conduit. So, and then we have something that's a number 10. So you want to look through that because typically everything is number 12. So you don't have to pull out your number 12s unless it's 4 number 12s instead of just 3. Like I just saw that. This one right here, this one right here, the train something. Coil fan coil unit. That one is 3 number 12s and 1 number 12 ground. So that's why we do the electrical set first, because you have to be aware of this stuff, and it is very important. Now, NEMA type, it must come with the equipment if I don't need to worry about what kind it is, because I need to know what kind it is. So we won't worry about that now. All right. so we look for the kitchen, right? Because, oh look, we have quantity of outlets. I just saw that. So, oh, it's not going to be very helpful. So when we have them here, but we also have them on the plan, it's like, oh, that's good. You got to think about how you're going to count that, because you could easily double count. So this is the kitchen equipment and the mechanical equipment schedule only, not just the regular offices. But look, these have some funky outlets themselves, so we got to make sure we know the difference. For thermostats, junction box for the thermostats, they're telling us that that's good. The manager controls the heat, you guys. That's right though, right? All right. Okay, so it's just a counting situation. Now when we do the wire, that's going to be different, right? Because then we have to pay attention to what position on the panel each of these are connected to in order for us to use our brains to run our conduit. So make sure you follow that part in the next couple days. We're going to be working on this this week and knock out the electrical first as soon as possible. That's why we're taking this long overview of the sheets in general, because the next videos will be the actual takeoffs, problems we found, and then those conduit and wire runs, which are the most important part. All right, so this is our first floor. No rooms here, right? So first floor you're going to have to do a lot of, and here's the scale. So now we've come inside the building, so pretty much all the panels and stuff are here. The engineer's room. Okay. And this is, I have to see what that is. Yeah, right, that's the main distribution out here, this whole little thing right here. And then all of our new panels here, and then there's one here. the house, there's the EV panel, but the pool panel must be in the pool. Oh, wait. Yeah, it must be in the pool room itself. All right, so second floor. Okay, wait. First floor, part two. Sorry. Whoop, that's right. It's huge. So we break it off right here. Okay, so we count everything here on this side, and then we go to the next page, still first floor, and then we connect it here and keep moving it. Okay, and so that's a lot. That's a lot of counting. You know, you count till your eyeballs fall out on this one, but it's easy. The other part when we come back is how do we do the wire? Pretty much when you see these special receptacles, those are always home run. But see, this is something I need to make sure. Oh, these are the P-Tech. Okay. And see, I'm going to look on that equipment schedule, make sure I know the wire configuration because mechanical equipment may or may not be up number 12. So you do have to confirm so you're not off on your wire because it's very expensive. That copper wire is very expensive and you want to make sure you are doing the right thing. Okay, and so again, we know how the outlets are connected based on what position on the panel they're going to. And they said this right here was typical. They put a circle around and said it was typical and gave it a keynote. So I got to go back and see what that is because it's the TV outlet and some other outlet together. And so for this one, we're going to need a junction box. I'm almost certain for the TV outlet. So and those are kind of things you don't see, but you know because that's just the way it has to be. You need a junction box for these outlets, but these general purpose and GFCIs and all of that are part of the high voltage electrician scope of work. So we don't question that we need a junction box for that. You see, we kind of know because the outlet goes inside the junction box, but the outlet is the high voltage electrician scope of work, so we don't question that junction box. It's just the one for the low voltage electrician scope of work that we have to provide, the junction box. A duplex one when we have data and phone, so it has to accommodate two outlets or just a single one when it's the thermostat, but it has to be big enough. So they have to coordinate. The electrician is the one trade that comes for the foundations even poured, right? Temporary power all the way through the new lights being put in the bathroom, new TV outlets, beginning to end. All right, so that's the first floor. So there are no, are there rooms? Are those rooms? Yes, there are rooms. Okay. There are no rooms on this end. There are. Oh, okay. What is this? A home suites? I've never been to one. Oh, yes, I have, but I've never stayed on the first floor. I never stay on the first floor of anything. Okay, so this is the hard part because they're giving me. See, in this, I don't know if I talked about this here before. Okay, because they're showing me guest room, whatever. It's not telling me what kind. You know, so if I thought this was like a queen two or whatever, then I would do this one, and every time I see a queen two, I would just ignore all this other stuff, right? Because it's the same. But I don't know that I could do that with this one. So that's something to think about. It's like there may not be any shortcuts on this one. All right, so yeah, this is the first floor, and we got rooms just called the guest room. all the same, we have to look into that. If they're all the same, that's even better. But I don't think so. If they're all the same, that's even better. We'll look into that, because really, if that's the case, in terms of counting all the outlets and stuff, only thing we'd have to do is figure out where the panel is. See, 2C. It's not going to be a fun ride. It'll be fun in terms of teaching it, but it's going to be a crazy ride, let me tell you. Because panel 2A, 2 da 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 da, okay. 2C, powers up. All of these. And these will get powered by 2A. It's not going to be an easy ride. Life isn't easy. Alright, so that's the second floor, part 1. Second floor, part 1. First floor, part 2. Okay. Yeah, it's still bad. It still doesn't make a difference, because first floor has rooms on it. Second floor, part 1, they're not broken down. They're just all the same. We'll look to see if they're the same. But the whole point is trying to see if you could save yourself some time doing one in the math, but you can't unless they're absolutely all the same rooms. But at this point, they're kind of looking like they're all the same. Except for these at the end, and then that one at the end. Yeah, because you want to save yourself some time. You don't want to do all this counting. Alright, but yes, so in terms of the hardest thing about this is where's the panel? Okay, so when the room is broken up in two, part 2, you got to kind of orient yourself as to where the panel is when you go to part 1, because where we breaking up the room, the floor is right here. So all of the ones we're about to look at are over here, farther away, not closer. So the panel's like right here. And so now you have to figure out which of these go exactly where. Yeah, that's not going to be fun, but it'd be very educational. Alright, third floor, part 1. Let's see, that look different. Yeah, it is, because the third floor has this. That's something totally different. So yeah, boys and girls, it looks like this is a project that you're just going to count. And what we can do is any of the home runs, they have to be methodical, because all of the panels for everywhere, everything everywhere, is all right here. And so you got to think, okay, how can I best run all of the home runs? So within the room, it's easy, right? Within the room, you're just running this. Okay, so you got to go, that's different. So how many home runs? Think about how many home runs in the room. Well, and what do I mean? How many home runs have to go over to this area right here? And so 3C-36, right? All that runs together. So that's one home run. 3C-38, that's 2 home runs. That's everything here. And then all these special receptacles, they're all their own home run. So then you just got to break down, okay, there's a 44, 38, I saw another 38. So these are connected. and then home run to. Okay, so that's how you got to think about that. That's great. Woo! All right, but we can do it. All right, fourth floor, more craziness. Third floor, more crazy. Fourth floor, crazy. Crazy, more crazy. Now we have the roof plan. Now, what do we do with the roof? The roof has the mechanical equipment on it. So, unfortunately, we need to name each thing individually, each of the mechanical equipment power runs separately. Get a good idea where the panels are for that. So they're at H2. So wherever panel H2, so we got to go back to where the initial power plan, kind of physically find out where it is. If we had to imagine it down in the building somewhere in here, right? Oh, good, look. It tells us. That's beautiful. We don't have to guess. That's the best thing they could do for you for the roof equipment. Okay, so now you gotta figure out all the disconnects for the mechanical equipment, and then just get to running or determine ahead of time if all of these are the same wire configuration, because we got the schedule, right? We got the equipment schedule that had all of the wire configurations for all of this, meaning what size wire and conduit to run to the panel. All of that was given to us on that schedule. So what I normally do is just truck it out, EF1, get my measure it from like right here, boom, boom. That's that, plus 10 feet. Always give it at least 10 feet down, because I'm assuming it's inside, right? It's not on top of the roof. But our single line diagram is going to tell us exactly where each of the panels are. Okay, so we made it to the roof, power roof. Oh good, look, here we go. All the disconnects, so it just doesn't tell us anything. Oh yes it does, here we go. So yeah, the only thing we have to really look out for, we got two number 12s, two number 8s, one number 10. Those two, these three, and then those two down there. Everything else is our typical home run, 3 number 12s and whatever, 3/4 inch conduit. So it's just a few things we have to pull out. Everything else we don't have to mark it separately, because it's all number 12 wire. And of course we're going to read all of the notes in general. We're going to verify, coordinate with the architect and the equipment vendor the exact location of the equipment, including final connection requirements. Coordinate the location of the disconnect switch with da 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 da. And let's go to the next page. Alright. So we are now at the lighting plan. Very easy. Okay, so we just got to count the lights. And what's this telling us? Let's see what notation that is giving us. It should tell us the first thing here is the mark of the light, and this is probably the lighting control it's connected to. That's what that looks like. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah. Let's keep going and see what we got. A lot of floors. And see, the good thing about these, now these you can, I believe you can cheat. I mean, you probably could cheat with the other one, but you gotta know how to do it. Because it looks like that's the 4th floor. I just pan it out. Let's see. There's the 3rd floor. 4th floor. Something look different. Oh, back here look different. Oh yeah, where they're connected to. So I think you do this floor and just multiply by 2. At least you can get away with that. Let's see. Oh, let's see. Yeah, the panels. Yeah, the only thing changes here is, yeah, I think you can do that. Now, we're at the single line diagram. I'm not quite sure what what those notations were, but I think that's what they were. Let's go back. We first get there. Yeah, zone. Yeah. Yeah, I believe that's the lighting control it's connected to. And you can imagine this is just full of them. Yeah, because that's the mark for the light. Just want to make sure you're reading the right stuff. That's the mark. Oh, okay. Now I get it. 2B, 29B. Yeah, 2B, that is probably the panel. The panel, yeah. Probably, I don't know. But these are the kind where they give you the light. They don't even tell you the light on the plan. They don't give you the light on the plan. They only tell you here. And then you have to figure it out for yourself. Okay, so this one is L1. That sucks, because it's going to require you to really not make mistakes when they should have given you all the marks instead of this other crap that they gave you. Yeah. They just unnecessarily made this one hard. That's unnecessary. Sad. Alright, but we'll get it done. Alright. Single line diagram. So we have 4 floors. Alright, so not helpful at all. See, this is all the new stuff that had to be added or changed. Okay, so the main distribution panel is here. We saw that is on the first floor. And then all of the grounding requirements. And then all of the main panels. Okay, and EV control, and then we should have our generator. Yeah, that was new. That was added. All the generator and what's needed for the generator. Okay, and then all of these. Now, we just have to look for panel DP2. And those are probably on each of the floors and connected to each of the panels on each of the floors. So that makes sense. And so what we have to physically say, run all of those home runs, each room. Here are the panels, and then the main distribution panel. We're looking at a run from there to each of those. However, we just saw that at the single line. But then we have to run each room of its, in all of the branch circuitry that are connected together. Figure out how many home runs now, and at what point are we gonna, because through these 3, let me see, 4, 3C36, this one, 3C36. So from here, 3C36, here, and here. So this one, and all of those are all connected, branched together. And then they go to, at some point, I'd probably take them from right here, boom, here, to 3C. So that's just one. And these go to 3C38. So 3C38, all these are branched together. Wherever I see 3C38, 3C38 here, it branched to here, which is branched to here, here, and here, all together, and run to 3C. Okay, so that's how we be doing that, room by room by room. Fun. All right, and then all the panels. All right, so I have to just go through these and determine all of the breakers we need. 400 amp 3-pole, and just panel by panel what we need. And then I'm sure we have some all of our and then here's all the details, what the stuff should look like, basic, how we're taking the conduit through the ceiling, through the walls, through everything, and what's required, like the mechanical equipment when it has to come down through. They have to know how to make sure the penetrations through the walls are right. And so us as estimators for something like that, we just give an allowance when we know it has to, or it has to go through a sleeve or something like that to go through the wall. We give it that allowance. So from this point, you always want to do a full review of your electrical set. This is a huge project to undertake, but whether it's it's a 3-step process. You do your takeoffs, you do your pricing from the cost book, and you professionally show it on your Excel spreadsheet. And so that's what we're going to be doing on Patreon. Now we're going to do the actual takeoffs, show some cost book information, man-hour totals, which is vital. How long does it take to do this thing? So please give us a like. Please subscribe. I always like to be able to show what I know and share with people. So please subscribe. I'd love that. That'd be great. And so you can always see what we have coming up new. And if you so choose, please join us at the Patreon site too. Have a good rest of your weekend, and I'll see you on Monday. Hey guys, Stacy with SF Johnson Consulting and Construction Services. Again today on the 5th of October. Someone told me that I need to have 10 times as many, at least by now, of these videos recorded. And you know what? It takes a while to learn how to do something, right? And then it takes another while to not get burnt out on it. And so, yes, I have a wealth of knowledge by running this business for now 13 years that I should have had on YouTube type platforms, both for this and for my nonprofit. But is no time like the present. And so what I want to go over today is just to kind of have you in a certain mindset. Every Friday at our daily live classes that you do have to sign up with, and then you'll get a go-to meeting invite where you can ask questions, join live, all that stuff. Have breakout rooms where we discuss all kind of topics depending on what information you want to know. I want you to think about how to think about the WBS, the work breakdown schedules, right? Because if you're going to do a good construction schedule, you have to, every part of, and this is part of our project management series or whatever you want to call it. This fits in a lot of different places. If you're like sole proprietor, contractor, right? Your mom and pop electrician. Well, you need this as well, because you need to be able to, when you present estimates to your clients, the homeowners or whatever, you need to be able to have an accurate way to break down the project and show how long it's going to take. And two, when you are dealing with a general contractor, on another hand, and you should be able to do this, each individual trade should be able to do this. And of course, the general contractor should be able to do this. That's the only way that they put together the construction schedule, right? Is to be able to take every scope of work from the site work all the way through the final cleaning, know how long each operation is going to take, and know where critical points are, right? Where these things have to be done, finished, in order for me to continue and not lose money, lose time, whatever. All right. So you have to be able to look at your estimate and determine how long something's going to take. So that's why I always stress it requires that you have a construction based cost book because they give you the cost units like we show here. We always show in our sample estimates. Cost unit is how long something's going to take to do one of whatever it is. So in our case, we have a 3 5/8 inch 18 gauge stud, and we're going to be placing at the 16th. Okay, so when we see that, that includes everything it takes to put a stud. So that includes the top plate, bottom plate, and nails, whatever. Okay, just like the gypsum board includes everything it takes to install 1 square foot of gypsum board. Okay, so that's what the cost units are. So if you have a good cost book, you know how long a 1 unit's going to take. And then if you have a good construction software, whatever, estimating software, then you know if you have 3,888 of them, you know it's going to take you 97.20 man hours. Now, what's that mean? Man hours. That's that's hours basically, right? Now, we don't care that you can do it slower or faster. More importantly, you can do it faster. You wouldn't want to say, "Oh, I'm not doing it that fast." Yeah. So we don't care if you can do it faster, right? We just say this is how long the construction industry says it should take you. And so again, we know how long the whole thing takes us. And so where do we get to the work breakdown schedule? Well, now you are going to have to produce a construction schedule for yourself based on your scope of work. And so you have to kind of think, and this is what this video is all about, is the mindset that you take into producing a work breakdown schedule, or being able to look at someone's, or being able to take a whole project and break it down. And Google's there, right? So if you need some help on what comes first, what comes second, if it's not your scope of work, right? Like a general contractor, most of them probably haven't done every scope of work, everything on their estimate in their project. So yeah, they'll probably have to go to somewhere, some construction site, and see what the logistics are of placing a concrete slab. What comes first, what comes second? That's out there, trust me. Okay, so if you're doing this, for instance, this is the framing and drywall, and everything that's related to installing the framing and the drywall for this takeoff, because we already did the takeoff, right? And it's put on the Excel spreadsheet, and we're producing now our cost estimate. Well, in terms of the breakdown, what comes first when you build a wall? Well, the framing, right? And so you'll break this down even more, right? Because you gotta put the framing up before you put the drywall up, right? And so you can take out all of the framing operations, right? Which basically these two, I'm sorry, the one at the top of every P30, that's just the wall, how many linear feet, right? So you can take those out of this full estimate. And now, for instance, now you have this same thing, but just for the framing. So what is for the framing? What do we do? And we already know how long the framing is going to take because we already have it here, 97.2, and then 58.37, and then 7.17. And then we could break that down even more per type, stud type, whatever. Okay, and then that's the first operation in drywall framing. For me, if this was me, my company, okay, so I took out all the framing because I have to frame before I can put the drywall up. Doesn't this just make sense? And so, no matter what you do, that's how you produce your W work breakdown, right? Schedule. Just like with concrete, what do I do first? Well, I'll probably have to form it out, and I'm not in charge of excavation and grading, okay? That's believing right. I'm not in charge of that. I'm just the concrete person. So what do I have to do? It's already been graded. I'm ready to go. Step one, I got to form it out. So I'm going to pull out all my form work numbers. And at some point, you know, everything just kind of what's next. And then, so your construction schedule basically for your particular scope of work would start with, for the framer, start with framing all the different types of whatever. And then you have an idea. And then we can go to the next phase, right? Because before you can do the drywall, you got to finish all the frames. So you know what your critical point is. Well, I have to have all of this done. Now you go back, and because somebody has a bigger scheme of this, you know, okay, your job is however many man hours, but what if they need you to do it in half the time? Your man hours say 45. Well, they need you to do it in half the time. They need you to do it in 30. Well, you just have to have more people because it's per man hour, right? Each man or woman should be working an 8-hour day. So every person that's involved in that is chunking out 8 hours of your full man person schedule. Okay, so when you think about your WBS, your work breakdown schedule, you have to think in terms of, okay, first of all, you have to do a complete estimate to know this is how many man hours for my full job. Okay, now then you go through each of the individual scopes of work and you break down. If I'm the framer, of course I have to frame. If I'm framing drywall and caulking, well, I have to frame first. And then you could go even more anal and say, okay, when I'm framing, what am I actually doing? Okay, bottom plate. You know, how long is that going to take? Because, again, a good assembly of whatever, assembly hour, man hour should include each individual operation, should be the composite of all the individual operations. Just like I said, the 3 5/8 core stud at the 16. It's like my 6th video today. And not to mention the couple I forgot to press play and record. All right. So remember that no matter what you do, if you're the painter, what's first, second, third, how many man hours, person hours is it? And it makes it very easy. And so if you go to our website, we have the WBS, look on the safety lane on our homepage. sfjohnsonconsulting.com is on the right. You go down a little bit, you'll see WBS. It's a link. Click on it. Gives you all the basics. Gives you a couple videos on a construction schedule, forward pass, backward pass, all that good stuff. And then sign up now that we've reduced our price to $9.99 per month. Join us every day, Monday through Saturday, 7 a.m. on Saturdays, but 8 a.m. all the other days. And did I say Monday? No, Tuesday through Saturday at 8 a.m. But Saturdays are 7 because we want to go home early. All right, so thanks for joining me, and please join me every day. And if you have any questions, please email me at education@sfjohnsonconsulting.com. It is Wednesday. Have a wonderful rest of your week. You're looking at Division 1 and everything that encompasses Division 1. And so if you're creating an estimate and you are, for instance, a general contractor bidding to the owner, you have to be able to fill out each one of these line items in full cost. How much is it for the temporary water? How much is the final cleaning? How much is the fuel? How much are the fuel uh, field offices? So if this is something that interests you, please email me at education@sfjohnsonconsulting.com. Hey everyone, welcome back to my channel. This is Stacy with SF Johnson Consulting and Construction Services. And in this short video, I just want to go over something that I was given when we are asked to bid on this Habit, I think, burger. They've given us a division bid form, which is fine if you've got a lot of experience, and again, most people are new out there trying to make their bread and butter off of residential, and you will shortly and quickly find you will not be able to do that because there are tons of people with no licenses, with that are very skilled at their craft, but they just don't have a license, and they're willing to do it for half the price that you are with the license. That's just bottom line. Get over it, wake up, grow up, and now let's try to bid with the big boys. The big boys require you give them a division bid form nowadays because they just want to pinpoint every, and I mean, and it's good if you're a general contractor. You're really doing your job because you're pinpointing every cost related to each construction division. And so if you don't have a good experience on what the division you're in, what's the breakdown of the division, they did the work for you. And so as a member, you'll be given access. All my members over the holiday, we're going to have a free resources page at sfjohnsonconsulting.com. That's for all of our members here on YouTube. Members at our website, you'll be given access to get stuff like this and the videos that go with it so you can get a clear understanding, again, because you need to start dealing with the big boys. And this is how they roll, okay? And so, for instance, if you are a concrete contractor, well, they want your prices broken down by structural concrete and steel, the cutting, the finishing, whatever, precast core drilling. They want these prices individually. And this is why. I found out in the construction trades that sometimes they'll have one electrical firm do the rough end electrical, another electrical firm do the finish, because they're really looking for the lowest price. And so they're asking you, what's your lowest price on core drilling? What's your lowest price, concrete contractor, on core drilling? Because I may have you do the core drilling, because the one that's doing the structural concrete, the foundation, and all of the reinforcement may not be the lowest on that core drilling. Okay, so this is the benefit of data, right? And so they want as much data based on division. And so if you don't know what your division is, I need you to take a class, okay? Sign up. You'll be given that information. And again, how do you do it? When you complete your estimate, is your estimate detailed enough to where you can go out and pull out your cost for the drilling? You can pull out your cost for the concrete cutting. But if you have our ultimate concrete estimating spreadsheet, well, most definitely, yes. You'll be able to pull that line item out, put it in here. Okay, and what you want to think about doing too, it's not asking you for tax or, overhead profit, and our estimating spreadsheets are detailed in that way. And so when you give them this price, you want to make sure you add the overhead profit that's associated with it, not just your base for that. Okay. Again, they're breaking down your detailed estimate so they can see, okay, how much are you charging for the finished carpentry as opposed to, firm Z, what's firm X charging. And so, yeah, I may have you do the wood framing because you're 103,000 and these other guys are 110,000. But I'm going to have them do the drywall. Okay. So what division is drywall? You got to look through. I was like, okay, division 7, that's our roofing, our insulation. Yeah, you got to be able to break down your roof tile cost from the insulation, from the deck, from the caulking, from the fireproofing. Okay, let's go to openings. your hardware, and the doors, whatever, however they want it broken down. And I did find out that this division breakdown is, I believe, from 2016 master format, since 2016, and that's the one I've been teaching from, 2016. I believe we have a new master format that was created in 2020. And so some of these numbers are a little off, okay? But the title's there, okay? And so you want to make sure, see, here are all your finishes. So your floor tile, see, they want the breakdown from the floor tile and the wall tile separately. They want exterior painting broken down differently from the interior painting. So if you get our ultimate painter's estimating spreadsheet, you most definitely can go right into a spreadsheet, pull out that cost for the exterior painting, and not only the painting, the paint, the labor, the overhead, the profit associated with each one of those breakdowns. So again, my job is to teach you how to deal with the big boys. Okay? Take a class, join a membership, like, subscribe. This is Stacy, owner and operator, almost 16 years now. SF Johnson Consulting and Construction Services. If you are looking to bid with us in projects across California and surrounding states, please let us know. We are looking for 1099 contractors to work with us on projects that we bid. Have a wonderful day.
Hey everyone, this is Stacy with SF Johnson Consulting and Construction Services. And in this video, I would like to invite you to visit our website, sfjohnsonconsulting.com, and give us your information. If you are an HVAC contractor and you are seriously interested in learning how to do your own estimating. As you know, if you've watched my videos, I've done this for 15 years and I'm good at it. And you really need to be good at it in order to get a, 60 or greater, winning record. And I help you do just that. So if you are a GC or you are a self performer, really a lot of my stuff is really designed for self performers. You want to take a look at what I have here. And if you are interested, again, give us your information at info@sfjohnsonconsulting.com. Send us an email and we'll reach out to see what works best for you. But I do have this, and it'll be 4 to 8 parts depending on the trade. But for the MEPs, it's usually about an 8-part series. And so let's get going. So what we're going to be doing is the 8-part estimating study video series is, it's 8 parts or 8 separate videos that you receive. And my goal really is to help you to self-perform your own takeoffs. And I'm very excited to, in the very near future, help you with the takeoff process and a program that's going to help you there as well. And I think we are all going to love that. That's coming up sometime this year. And so as far as the class, I walk you through, and it is an 8-part video series. So the first, we go over the introduction to HVAC estimating, overview what our fundamentals are. And if you've watched any of my videos, it's the 3-step process. We're going to go through that, and we'll go over understanding the difference between the scopes and the specification, right? And make sure you know how to navigate and what essential tools you need in order to be a good estimator. And that's very important too. The tools make the person, right? And you want to make sure you have the right tools, and we go over that as well. Module 2 or video 2, we go over how to read the plans, what the symbols are, the abbreviations, and how to navigate back and forth when you're looking at the plan view and you need to go somewhere else, and why do you need to go there, and we go over that in very good detail. And each of the videos also has a quiz associated with it where you'll receive all of the answers as well, so you can make sure you're on the right track, Okay, and don't cheat yourself, but at least you know what the answers are. And the questions are very comprehensive. So if you can answer those questions, you're doing very well. All right, module 3 is our takeoff and determining quantities. And as you know, this is the crown jewel of being an estimator. Okay, and so for every trade, there's a different way you go about it, there's a different way to think about it. And so I go over in very good detail on what we need to think about so we don't miss out on any of the material quantities that are necessary to make sure we have our correct information to go to the supplier, and make sure our numbers are correct, because if we miss out on certain aspects, certain things that are there that don't technically show on the plan. And so you have to be able to think those things through, and I show you how to do that and what's the best way to get through that, and problems with plans, and what's the difference between the process when we have a project from the ground up as opposed to having one that's a renovation, when there's existing equipment and material and ductwork and we have to connect new ductwork. Okay. And so what I'm talking about here is basically the um, basic 8 video process. Now, you can purchase the videos in a number of different ways, just outright, all 8, and they're yours, or you can have the ability to log on to our website and pay per month. And then in addition to that, you have 2 different upgrades. One of the upgrades is to receive a fresh, new project from a restaurant, projects and names that you've heard of before, or government, all aspects of construction. And you'll receive the video, 3-part video for that, for the takeoff, pricing, man hours, and then the final estimate. You'll receive that either, and the upgrade is either once a week or once a month. And so there are a lot of different ways. If you can't afford to purchase all 8 right out, yeah, you can have a subscription onto our website where you'll be able to log on and take your time, and it's no contracts or anything. And so as long as you keep paying, you keep watching, kind of thing. Or yeah, you'll have the whole license set for yourself to keep indefinitely. Okay, so going on to module 4, this is the most important part, being able to determine labor cost. I came up with all of my video series in this way because so many contractors are guessing, and there's no guesswork when it comes to determining how many hours, how many man hours it takes to do any job in construction. And so I show you how to do that. And yeah, if they're a union, and how to think about it when they're a union, when it's a union shop. And if you're a self-performer that may have a certification, or you may be a union worker and it's your first time, yeah, you need to know that process, because it's way different than if it's a non-union shop. Okay. And important too, when we talk about labor, all efficiency factors. Okay. And yeah, how many people do I need in my crew if I want to get this job done in 30 days? That kind of stuff. And productivity factors. That's not mentioned here, but we'll go over that as well. Meaning, if you know, depending on the condition of the work site or the things that happen, you may need to adjust your labor because of productivity factors. If you have to go in attics, or the positioning of your body makes it difficult for you to do your job, or things like of that nature, yeah, we show you how to incorporate that, because there's actual information on that, and how much more of a percentage you should add to your standard man hour information. All right, so module 5, equipment and material pricing. And we're working very hard here to get a extensive list of material vendors for all of the trades. So you can come to us and we can recommend some people to you depending on where you are, and it really doesn't matter these days, and what you need. Okay, and that's very important. What to think about when you are looking for a vendor. and how your vendor should treat you. And yeah, well, how you should have a whole system, okay, and pricing databases and things of that nature to make life easier for you every time you have to create an estimate, okay. And I'm so excited because, yeah, because of AI and programming, we're working on some really good stuff to help contractors. Fillable forms, Excel spreadsheets where you can, you know, upload it, put in your current takeoff information, no editing, no nothing like that, and a lot of stuff, okay, because we can. And I've been doing it so long, I know exactly what you guys need. And again, for the self performers, visit our website. We have marketplaces for every trade, so you could go there and get whatever you need. Man hour calculators, estimating spreadsheets, these study videos, sign up for a class or a workshop. Everything is there. So, all right. Module number 6 in the study set, we talk about overhead and profit. Yes, there is a concrete way to determine those things, and whether you just want to throw a number on it, that's fine. And and it's important to include it, but there is an actual way to determine these things, and I show you how to do that. And the good thing about this, if you buy the full package, sorry about that. If you buy the full package, you can keep this for life. Train your crew, train yourself first, then train your crew, and it'll be great. All right, finalizing the bid, module 7. This is a good part because the cost data, how to fill out the forms, competitive bids, we go over all of that, and giving you man-hour calculators that help you prepare the bid, giving you we call it the ultimate estimating spreadsheet for your trade, okay? Because once we have that man-hour total and the information from the calculators, we could go right to our estimating spreadsheet, finalize it, prepare it, and you decide, the markups, what you want to do, and all of that. But we give you recommendations. You get all the tools, man-hour calculators. You get the tools. You get up to 10, which is really good with this because the more man-hour calculators you have for all the different things you do and install, the better, the more accurate your bid's going to be. So when you buy these, you get 10 man-hour calculators of your choice, and you can go pick out the ones when you buy the package, and we'll send those with the package. They're yours as well. Because, yeah, once you have the estimating spreadsheet, you need those man-hour calculators depending on what you want to do. I'll show you how to edit the Excel spreadsheet and then to save that and how to keep it so you can compare in the future and all that stuff. And one good part, module 8, okay, talk about value engineering, what to do and what not to do, okay, and situations where, like I have with a couple clients, 90%, where you sign a contract, you start to do the work, and now all of a sudden everything changes, but there are no set in stone change order provisions anywhere. So what does the contractor do? Have to backtrack, spend a lot of extra hours they may or may not get paid for. So we go over that, advanced strategies on how to deal with the general contractor once you have submitted a bid. Because again, my series, all of them are for self-performers that may or may not have good experience doing this. And most of you guys like me, and ladies, we're just out here doing an honest living, trying to make money to support our families. We're not trying to work for anybody for free. So the things that I teach you at the tail end of all of the estimating classes is how to make sure you're not working for free. Okay, and some best practices, okay, on winning contracts, dealing with GCs. And so this is something I think you would benefit from. And I have the series again for every trade. Really doesn't make a difference. Just reach out to me so we have a conversation first to see exactly what you need. Never want to sell you anything you don't need. And see how much experience you have, because you may not needed, and we may be able to do something else for you. So this is Stacy with SF Johnson Consulting and Construction Services. Let me know what you think. Sign up with us at info@sfjohnsonconsulting.com or education@sfjohnsonconsulting.com. See you soon.